comunicaciones. Para comenzar, recuerden que tenemos delegaciones conectadas en línea, así que agradeceríamos se puedan ubicar. Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días.
Good morning to all the delegations that are present in the room. Likewise, good morning to those that are connected online. We will begin with the agenda that we approved yesterday. And now we will be holding a special session, which is a regional consultation prior to the 68th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, whose priority theme is accelerating the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls by addressing poverty and strengthening institutions and financing with a gender perspective. In order to begin with this point in the agenda, we would like to welcome Maria del Carmen Skeff, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Argentina to the United Nations, and Vice Chair of the Bureau of the 68th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, designated by the group of Latin American and Caribbean states. And she is connected online and will deliver her introductory remarks. Please, Maria del Carmen. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. I thank the Executive Secretary of LAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Siriñax, and Maria Noel Baeza, Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of UN Women, for inviting me to participate in this very important meeting and providing me with the opportunity of providing information about the preparations for the next session of the Social and Legal Commission on the Status of Women that will be held between 11 and 12 of March 2024 in New York. As you well know, during the 68th session of the CSW, we will be dealing with the following theme: accelerating the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls by addressing via and addressing by addressing poverty and strengthening institutions and financing with a gender perspective. As you can see, dealing with this priority issue for the international community as a whole is fundamental for our region and for the whole global south. At present, Argentina forms part of the Bureau of the Commission representing the Latin American and Caribbean group, together with Philippines, a country which acts as chair, Latvia, and the Netherlands. A representative for each regional group present here in the UN. As a member of the Bureau, our delegation was responsible for facilitating the document on results entitled Conclusions Agreed on the 68th sessions of the CSW in March of this year. And during the 68th session, in other words, during the 69th session, the next one, we will face many challenges. We are living in a fractured and polarized world where the situation of increasing inequality, violence, discrimination, and violations of human rights suffered by girls and women in their whole diversity and throughout the world has a special impact in the global south. Likewise, we face a strong advance of anti-gender movements, anti-trans and anti-rights. That is a that are acquiring increasing force throughout the world, even within the realm of the United Nations. Today, there is a proliferation of discourses about gender inequality, parity, participation, um, anti-feminist and anti-women. These discourses vulnerate democracy and violate fundamental rights, and the rhetoric of these movements are an attack upon the universality of human rights. And they have a strong impact on negotiations, and that is something that came to the fore not only during the negotiations of the 67th session of the CSW, but also during the session of the Commission on Population and Development, where this year it was impossible to establish a results document as a result of lack of consensus and extreme polarization. At present, we're holding the sessions of the various commissions of the General Assembly. As you all know, we work in 6 commissions. The conservative progress is being replicated in the negotiations of the resolutions in the 3rd commission that focuses primarily on gender issues and human rights issues. And there we see a context of tremendous polarization and a rejection on the part of the most conservative countries to the language on gender, diversity, sexual and reproductive health, comprehensive sexual education, the diversity of families, among others. And this setback is expressed in the rejection not only of any new progressive language, but also in terms of promoting the elimination of the language agreed for many years now. For example, references to multiple and intersectional ways or forms of violation, gender-based violence, and a strong defense to include language on family. And we are talking of family in singular, in a world today that is changing, that is different, where the family acquires new characteristics and dimensions. During the 68th session, we will have the tremendous responsibility of continuing to represent the voices of the global south and especially of our region. In that sense, we will always reiterate our strong commitment with the defense, promotion, and protection of human rights, autonomy, equality, and the empowerment of girls and women in all their diversity. And we will also reconfirm our commitment to continue to be the voice that brings to the fore and includes the most forgotten groups, those that live in vulnerable conditions and that face a multiple and intersectional forms of discrimination. In the global south, and specifically in our region, in our Latin American region, the acceleration of the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of girls and women in all their diversity represents a a challenge that we cannot sidestep. Dealing with poverty from a gender perspective, and as from the global south, implies acknowledging the systemic inequalities, deep rooted inequalities that often leave girls and women behind. And this is crucial in order to guarantee the full. Uh, Exercise of human rights and to achieve the sustainable development goals of the 2030 agenda, and in order not to leave anyone behind. This year, when we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Human Rights Declaration, this issue becomes especially relevant. Girls and women represent half of the world population, and they are the ones that face the biggest disadvantages, both economic and social, that places them in a situation of greater vulnerability. Therefore, autonomy, gender equality, and the empowerment of girls and women is not only an objective in itself, but a fundamental driving force in order to achieve a fairer, more inclusive, resilient, and egalitarian society. In the Commission on the Status of Women, the main international and intergovernmental entity devoted exclusively to the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of girls and women, we have a tremendous responsibility and enormous work ahead. Girls and women are deprived of their right to education in many parts of the world. They face all forms of violence, gender-based violence, such as domestic violence. Their voices are silenced. They are victims of victimization, threats, reprisals, and even incarceration, especially girls and women that are activists and human rights defenders, political women, judges, and journalists. Women are disproportionately impacted by poverty throughout the world. The salary, gender-based disparity, the lack of economic opportunities, and the disproportionate burden of care, unpaid work are key factors that deepen the feminization of poverty. We cannot sidestep the fact that teenage girls and women in all their diversity face multiple and intersectional forms of discrimination throughout their life cycles. And that exacerbates and deepens structural inequalities. In consequence, it is fundamental to bring to the fore the voices of girls, teenagers, and women that belong to different groups living in vulnerable situations, such as elderly women, rural women, migrant women, indigenous women, Afro-descendant women, and women that with disabilities, highlighting the importance of adopting intersectional strategies in order to cater for their specific needs, paying special attention to the feminization of poverty in our region. In that sense, that is what is crucial is to deal with the economy of care, the promotion of comprehensive care systems, decent work, the participation of all women in all fields and at all levels of public life, especially in leadership positions in strategic places of the economy. There, women are often underrepresented in the top leadership positions and in decision making in politics, in business, and in other spheres of society.
At the United Nations, just 4 women have been elected as the chair of the General Assembly in 78 years. The United Nations have never had a woman as Secretary General. And by January 21st, 2023, 11.3% of the countries have head of states, according to the UN data, 17 of 151 countries, excluding the monarchical systems, and 9.8% they have head of governments, 19 out of 193 countries. Then I would like to highlight during the 67th session of SWC, we have the honor to coordinate the Buenos Aires group made up by Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia, Chile, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Argentina. The negotiating group was one of the most progressive movements. The voice was guided by the final document of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. The work that you are doing, it is crucial so we can take the voices of Latin America to the multilateral arena. In that sense, in the multilateral arena, our countries try to make progress in the standards for further protection of vulnerable groups which are facing different obstacles. Plurality and diversity, which characterizes our region, allows us to be legitimate voices of the rights of women which are more marginalized. I would like to finish by highlighting that the achievement of substantial equality between genders is a priority for Argentina and requires concrete actions. This commitment reflects very clearly in our foreign policy. Argentina is in a crucial space in some example, the vice president's representation of LULAC in our country, the Bureau of the Commission on Judicial Social Condition of Women, and co-presidency of LGBTQ group of during the two consecutive year, 2021, 22, we were in the vice presiding officers of the Bureau in Argentina ratify agreement 2021 in 2020 and reassuring the commitment with struggling against the eliminations of violence and harassment labor area. Also, we added to the forum equality generation on corporate autonomy and sexual and reproductive rights. Dear friends, in the year that we are celebrating the 77th celebration of the Human Rights Declaration and 77th anniversary of ECOLAC, we would like to recall the importance to make progress towards a world where everyone, independent from their gender, can fully enjoy their rights and fundamental freedom. We are at your disposal from Argentina to cooperate with you and to guarantee that the 68th session of the CSW is very successful for our region. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best in this session. Thank you. I thank Ambassador Maria del Carmen Estef for the intervention and to put this essential topic of the 68th period of session of the CSW on the table. Now I would like to invite Maria Noel Baez, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women. Thank you so much. I've got a presentation.
Buenos días a todas.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. This special section of regional consultation as every year, and I celebrate that for the third time we are having this regional consultation together with the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women. This is a kind of a strategic alliance, such as ECLAC and UN Women, allows to save time to you that we have this both things in one meeting. As you know, the SCW will be in March, and we normally uh, make the preparatory meeting in January, February, but we thought that this would be much better to have this in advance so we could reach to this declaration already after a consensus and to reach a CSW with a modern, firm position, progressive position of Latin America, and in this case, the group of Buenos Aires, which made up by every country, so we can be an example on how institutionality is making progress in our region despite the problems of poverty, extreme poverty.
Ah, al revés, ok. Bueno, les voy a tocar brevemente.
Very briefly, I will cover these three elements. I'm sure that you know very well what CSW is, but I want to speak very quickly about what CSW is. Yesterday, we talked about this at the beginning of the session, and we hope that this CSW will turn into a council depending on the General Assembly, and hopefully the countries support that reform when we talk about the summit of the future in the coming years. Some elements which characterize feminization of poverty, which is the topic of CSW, and financing for gender equality. This is something very important because, as I said yesterday, the Beijing Action Platform was never costed. We never knew how much gender equality would mean. And today we know these are $360 billion per year. So this seems to be enormous, but it's not if we think of what we spend in other areas. Neither we don't need to say about military expenditures, but it's important to talk about numbers because what what we have, and you know better than anybody because you are at the ministers level, the budget of the ministers in our countries are enormous. The same happened in the United Nations, and the UN budget is so it's so small that it's out of the macro. We see funding of the United Nations. Let's go for maintenance, 200,000 troops and blue helmets, and the budget of the UN Women is the smallest one. And we see how we can strengthen institutions to achieve equality. That's why I celebrate that in this continent we're still making progress towards institutionalization, as demonstrated by Brazil, Colombia, Panama, Ecuador. Uh, we have an increasing number of ministries of women, and this topic is increasingly important. Hopefully, it's at the budgetary level as well. So, very quickly, what is the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW? This was created in 1946. We are going to have in the year number 69 next year, and which is exclusively devoted to gender issues and empowerment of women and girls. And it leads the follow-up, a review of the implementation of Beijing Declaration, and the platform for action. We said at the beginning, in the year 2025, we're going to be celebrating 30 years of this platform, and we're going to celebrate because we have had some progresses, and we are going to think also what is missing. Because when we pay attention to SDGs, unfortunately, we are not in the moment we should be in terms of compliance with SDG 5 and all the indicators and the other gender indicators of the remaining 16 SDGs. The SW documents the reality of women and advocates for improvement their quality of life and equality, and of course And for us, it's essential to reach agreed conclusion that we always have documents that made us possible to take ownership on international regulations, what is being developed in the different countries. And of course, those conclusions is what we want most. And Ambassador Kiev said this very clearly. The last year, she was in charge of leading CSW. We were up until 4 or 5 a.m. trying to get this consensus. It's increasingly difficult to reach consensus. There are more and more countries, and I would say that there are 55 countries which they call themselves the ones which have like-minded countries, as they call themselves, and they are increasingly structured in terms of their negotiation to stop the progress of gender concept, women, inclusion, non-discrimination, well, discrimination, because in their case it's discrimination and not recognition of the societal evolution and evolution of women and diversity. As we say, the priority theme is to review the empowerment of girls and women, to have to strengthening the institution and funding mainstreaming gender. And there is measurement because CSW has always a main theme and a region theme. But the region theme is social protection, the access to public services, access to sustainable infrastructure for gender equality. This is something very important to see what the countries are doing so those conclusions are agreed over the next years. Now let's see the first element, which is feminization of poverty. What characterizes the feminization of poverty? The ambassador of Argentina said yesterday that she mentioned some of these elements, but this implies the deprivation of women of the right of a decent standard of living, free from violence, the right to be cared, nutrition, housing, education, healthcare, etc. Some multidimensional concept that we are, I mean, going after. So from UN Women, uh, we have added also to this concept of poverty of time. That's why we would like to focus on healthcare, and because in that sense, women will have more time available. So the experiences of women, this feminization of poverty is shaped by discriminatory laws. We still have in our region some laws which discriminate women with specific work, social security, um, that contracts with the state, type of employment that women may have access to. We still have those discriminatory laws. With the Secretariat of the Ibero-American Community, we have studies carried out in every country, some files per country about the discriminatory laws and where there are no fundamental treaties such as ILO treaties 180, 189. We still have some countries which have not ratified ILO agreement, which are essential to make headways in the incorporation of women. So we need that you as gender entity, you need to mobilize also this voice in the Congress so these legislations are passed and the discriminatory laws are eliminated. We have a website where we have all the discriminatory laws very highlighted there so we can work with the civil society, the governments, the parliament to reach, to eradicate this discrimination. And this is an indicator of SDG number 5. That's why it's so important to comply with the elimination of those discriminatory laws. Lack of economic product, opportunities, one of the important things are the stereotypes here and social rules that which hamper that women is recognized as credit-worthy. For instance, private banking in our region normally is composed by men, and they think that the pregnant woman, for instance, won't be able to return and to pay the loan because the rate of payment of loan by women exceeds the rate of payment by men. So these negative stereotypes against women prevents women to have those opportunities. And of course, this goes hand in hand with experiences that we see in the region, the experiences reported by the beneficiaries, the civil society, the feminist movement, but also what the government said. The programs undertaken by the governments to make progress in terms of women's rights. And also, women's poverty is exacerbated by other dimensions of inequality, such as race, ethnicity, disability, the uh, place of residence, immigration status, and of course, sexual orientation and gender identity, among others. So all this is exacerbated because when we see statistical data, unfortunately, there are no many countries with separate statistics per different intersections, as we heard yesterday, but we see that it's even worse to have these conditions and to be women in our region. And inequality, of course. Um, this is something that crosses the region, not only because of the lack of fiscal and distributive capabilities because our tax rates are the lowest ones, but also because we were missing fiscal space to invest in serious programs, in programs which are putting the woman in better conditions, access to technologies, land, financing, etc. So all this is essential to be considered and will be considered at the CSW. That we as region should take the flag not only fighting against poverty and feminization of poverty, but to talk about inequality and how inequality affects our own countries. Because unfortunately, in our region, which is considered a middle income region, we have no access to many of the funding sources coming from official assistance because we have graduated and, uh, and graduated abroad because the poor live in these levels of inequality, and those criteria have shut down the doors in many aspects in terms of being able to receive donation. So this cannot be understood if we do not understand the time factor. We have talked a lot about care. This is our priority as a regional office. And of course, it is very important also to talk about climate change and degradation of the environment and also pollution has a disproportionate impact on women. We have seen this in floods, the fire, the phenomenon, which are more affected because of the lack of water, specifically. And yesterday, this was mentioned very clearly as well by ICLAC. And we are going towards that transition to low carbon emissions, but we need to empower women. And this is one of the niches where women need to be strengthened. And what we are recommending, a gender analysis, multidimensional gender analysis, we need to see all these topics, including poverty of time, strategies, answer public policies, interventions, about the basis of multidimensional analysis. We cannot continue with the traditional concept of poverty analysis, mainly economic analysis, but to talk about social protection systems, which are robust and which include contributive element, non-contributive elements, but including care as an essential pillar of social protection system. This
this becomes very important for us, and we have to delve into these aspects for them to become an important pillar in this area. How to really be able to deepen in these key elements? It's funding, and please apologies because I always insist in financing. We can talk a lot about this, but if we have no funding, then we will not be able to get anywhere. And we should always talk about funding and to pressure the finance ministries and please receive the support of UN Women whenever you need it, because I know you need it in your own country. And please, you can count on us always, because negotiations with finance ministries is very hard, far more than a peace negotiation in a conflict, because evidently enough, there are no fiscal areas or spaces in our own countries, but there are quasi-fiscal activities. And what has taken us to founding women's empowerment, well, there's always fiscal area, but there's always also restrictions. And we have to continue insisting, we have to establish methodologies, analysis, and you can always be able to be supported by UN Women, like in the whole of the UN system, because women have to have that funding system. And of course, for more than 20 years, we have been working with budgets that are gender-based. We are working in the whole region. We just published an analysis of the region of this gender-based finances evolving and how as well this is being monitored, because many times we have the budget, but we do not have the implementation, and we have to ensure that implementation. Something that is of important concern for us is how this budget is analyzed and transformed for expenditure in investment and others that has been differentiated between men and women, and that it requires changes in collection and distribution of public resources. Otherwise, we will not be able to reach a positive impact by these areas. We have tools and methodologies for these resources to be able to show transparently and hopefully with the participation of the civil society, so that it can be proven that we cannot continue this way without providing opportunities to women in the national budget. And one of the fundamental aspects is through the public purchase and expenditure. Let us not forget that only 1% of what is being spent in our region, which is 50% of the GDP in public hiring, only 1% goes to companies that are led by women. And we have to change this reality. When a woman entrepreneur receives a purchase order, could already go to a bank and receive a loan to be able to start with her activity. We have to start that these opportunities exist to eliminate poverty and inequality. As you well know, in the SDG 5.1, C1, those countries that have a follow-up for equality, we are leaving you here with a publication that was directed by our specialist in economic empowerment, Agit Coelho, that is here with us, to see what the responses have been like, the ones that you have provided to public funding for gender equality, which is one of the main fundamental goals of SDG 5. And I believe that I am going ahead. Do I go backwards? Okay, here we have information, and it is really important that we should understand addressing gender equality through progress policies and resource allocations, loans, and any types of mechanisms and tools to provide tracking. And I would like to request from the civil society to always help us in this follow-up activity, and we also need transparency and information. The report is expressing in the SDG 5, but indicator 5.1 is expressing which are the countries in the region that reported, and I would like to invite you to continue reporting for those countries that have not done so. In the world, we have a global report. In the world, we have 15% that do not comply with the indicator. There is a 59% that is approximate to this. And in the region, we have a 7% that is not complying, a 7% That is very close to this, meaning that the region has an awareness about this, and a 13% that does meet these goals. That is why the indicator number 5 has such a low representation. Here we have 3 criteria in the approach policies with a 90% of response received. Let's not forget they come from 10 countries that meet, 10 that are approximately meeting, to the mechanisms and tools for tracking resource allocations for gender equality. We have a 70% that does not comply or meet, that there's no tracking. And we are here presenting a call to feminist groups, grassroots organizations, youth organizations. This is for the future of young people. Why these resources are not reaching these people, and why the public resources are not being spent in these equalities. And another fundamental element is transparency and information and the allocation of these funds. In a 60% it is met, but 40% is not met, going together with tools. And we do recommend guidelines, tools, instruments for the analysis of the gender gaps in the budgetary programs, and also go through that regular tracking of that execution or activity to really expand the impact. Not too many countries are assessing this impact, and we have to move forward in understanding how this is impacting the public resources, the loans, the donations, how it is impacting the different areas, and of course the legislative process of approval. It also requires gender analysis, and it also requires training of the officials so that they can work with a gender perspective. And also to be able to delve into the priority topics of CSW, to be able to transform and strengthen our organizations or institutions, a key element so that these organizations can have a role, play a role in transforming poverty. Public institutions play a crucial role in eliminating poverty, but how are ministries or the gender entities working on this? How to provide follow-up on poverty? How do you know where when women are, where this is really deeper in certain areas of the country or not? How are you providing to the different finance ministries that are determining these budgets and determine how to allocate these public expenditures in with a gender approach? For us, mechanisms is very important in advancement of women. We will probably very soon have an analysis of all the mechanisms that exist in the region, celebrating that there will be more women's ministries, but we will have this analysis for all of you, how this is really cross-cutting in terms of gender perspective in all of the levels of the government and the state. Let us not forget that only 15% of municipalities, town halls are led by women, only 15%. And of course, we have had very important municipalities such as Bogota or Mexico. And look at the transformation that existed there with these leader women. It is this why it is so important to continue with that political empowerment of women in these areas, so that all of the powers of the state and governments can have this gender perspective, not only these cross-cutting elements, but also what we see, what happens when women reach the governments. And as mentioned earlier, the conversations with feminist groups. Here we have the hierarchy, the mechanism levels for advancement. We have very low hierarchical level in my country, Uruguay, Bolivia, in some of the Central American countries, and we have high hierarchical level in many countries. The truth is that in these past 5 years, the region has been growing in very high political level, and let us hope that there will be no steps backwards. Unfortunately, we have those political speeches that are always really questioning what we're doing. The more they're questioning, the more that it hurts. We have been able to reach to those hierarchy or hierarchical levels. So apart beyond hierarchy, we have to be able to accompany substantive changes where the state and those integrations that exist in gender perspectives have to be done in all public policy. It is fundamental that we continue with this and reinforce systems, institutions, funding from the gender mechanisms and from the other levels of the government and other state organizations, but always with your participation, with methodologies that you as ministers, that you as gender entities can be providing. And it is an opportunity, this W68, for us to continue contributing to that world agenda, to the creation and development of these new perspectives, gender perspectives, and new perspectives for women, teens, and girls. And here you have some of the publications that we have in UN Women, ECLAC, and other agencies in the system. And I would like to invite you to look at these publications. Hopefully that we can continue talking among the different countries. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and we are open to work with you. Thank you, Maria Noel Baez, a regional director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women. We want to thank you for your participation. And now we will offer the floor to Ana Huestes Garcia, Chief of the Division for Gender Affairs of ECLAC. You have been acknowledged, Ana. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Lady. And yes, effectively, there is a tremendous opportunity as we have this amazing coincidence that Argentina is presiding the CSW and then also Vice Grulag. I am greeting Maria Noel Baeza and my president, and also Ms. Squaff. I have a presentation of what we're considering in the gender regional agenda, that is considering the structural thought in Latin America and the Caribbean, is considering the dimension of inequality, to look at poverty together and how to accelerate equality and strengthening institutions, but also with an intersectionality perspective of discrimination and others that we have been taking to the Agenda 2030, and we have to continue to bring to these before. I have to thank my team, specifically to Ms. Cora, that is working in the gender affairs, Nicole Betegain, Alejandra Valdez, Carmen Garcia, Diana Rodriguez, Diego Collado, and Carmen Alvarez from the coordination, from the professional coordination team, and all of the colleagues with which we work in these areas. But I would like to thank you because you let us move forward in the gender equality observatory. And thanks to the official reports provided by the national organizations in the area of statistics and new is in mechanisms for the advancement of women, we have had a consolidation and advances, because the possibility of breaking these areas and to measure inequalities is a very important voice when seeing these forces that want right to step backward. Therefore, we want democracy in our countries, and this goes against it. What I will be doing right now is to express how we are doing at statistical level. By the end of November, ICLAC will be launching the social perspective with updated poverty statistics in the region. And we're thinking together with UN Women that we would like to hold an informative session with the updated numbers. I believe that what the region has been able to provide is the idea that inequality is structural, and we have to untie the structural knots of inequality to be able to reach gender equality. I would like to give you a very long presentation, but given the time frame, I will do it as fast as possible. Many of the countries have insisted whenever they're expressing the declaration that we need to talk about feminization of poverty in the region. 118 women every 100 men in our region, and I will provide you the income, which is an important indicator that the region adds to the follow-up or tracking indicators of Agenda 2030. And it has already been mentioned, we are being able, or a region that is moving towards parity, but the local arena is very far from these advances or progress. And even though there are advances, this is the average of the region. Digital connectivity is what we're concerned with. The future implies not to close the digital gap. If we don't close it now, we will have an inequality element, which is the digital gap, the inequality and work is something we mentioned yesterday. And of course, the violent activities, meaning the feminicide, is a persistent reality in our region, with also statistics of advanced countries show us that there is such an important problem. What has been expressed by ECLAC in all of the presentations is that there is a decade of very low growth, that we are approaching increase in inflation. This affects the low income populations, and that we could be confronting losses very similar to what we went through in the 80s. This is a warning. It's a scenario, a warning scenario that the region is going through, and we have to talk about the context of development, what the UN has been calling the cascade crisis, and that when in ECLAC we have been talking about this crisis as well. This is the perspective of the situation in terms of poverty. The whole presentation is already available, by the way, in the web page of the conference. And I would like to express that, yes, we do have here the feminization index of those countries that are reporting. So we have this in the whole development. We're working with SDA as we are moving forward in having these deaggregated indicators. But feminization of poverty is a problem for many countries of the region. And this is taking this in consideration. This is another approach, and it is the rate of poverty in all of the countries analyzed. We have the sources from high officers. The poverty rate is much higher compared to many developed countries. A warning that we already started talking about as of last year, and I am greeting all girls that are here in the room, is that girls, the teens and women, have a high incidence of poverty compared to other groups. Not only it is a decade that is lost, but rather a future that is really compromised. So we are talking about this and analyzing poverty. This is considerably higher for the indigenous and Afro-descendant populations in our region. Therefore, this becomes a very important point that we would like to place in everybody's view. We are working with analysis of statistics and the census that many countries are carrying out in obtaining more precise and intersectional analysis. And here we have an indicator that we're monitoring from the observatory. 1 out of 3 women in Latin America do not have their own income. We can basically express it with the statistics of Latin America, and you can look at countries such as Guatemala, Honduras. We're talking about around half of the population without their own income. And here we have this that is related to the barriers, or we know that the main income of women are labor incomes, but for women, transferences are also very, very important. But as already mentioned yesterday, this is fully linked with the sexual division of work or labor. And you have here My apologies, but here you then have the statistics of those countries from which we have information.
Or and this is an additional indicator that was mandated to the observatory, and it's very important because we measure total time and not only the total unpaid work, but also paid work. And this is for countries that possess information. What we find is that in general terms, women work more hours, but less paid hours. In other words, and this is something that we discussed with the Minister of Equality of Brazil, because a lot of what happens in the market and in terms of market participation has to do with care. And this is the work of the economics Nobel Prize winner and the work of our economists, the work that we have conducted since the 90s, to the extent that we have had statistics on time use. And think about the time available for life, for self-care, um, uh, time devoted to rest, because what we're doing here is a general percentage. Another very important data that we systematically monitor is the rate of the participation and unemployment that was already very stagnated. The women achieved parity in education. We're obtaining better average in terms of education. There is even greater representation of women when it comes to higher education and concluding their secondary education in many countries, but the labor market is definitely stagnated. And therefore, there is a floor of inequality that we must overcome. And I believe that that is a major contribution by our region, because 23 countries already have a time use surveys and 10 have already measured the economic value. Here on the right-hand side, you can see the rate of participation of people aged between 20 and 44 years of per gender and income quintile. So there is not only a feminization of poverty, but the gap is enormous in the poorer quintiles. In other words, if we were to disaggregate feminine poverty per quintile, there we find women represented in women that are in charge of single parent homes. And on top of the feminist economy on the left-hand side, you can see what happens with the rate of participation of people aged between 20 and 44, disaggregated per gender, but with the presence of boys and girls in homes. And that implies a tremendous drop when it comes to participation. Uh, well, the ones that don't have children, it's around 73%. And for those that do have children at home, that drops by over 10 percentage points. In the case of men, the opposite thing happens. So those that have, there is the presence of children at home implies that men in those households, well, we assume that there is a family relationship there, but the analysis or household surveys imply that that totals 95%. And so this is a warning about masculinity, about care, gender co-responsibility, in addition to the structural gap. And so I believe that these arguments that we have developed with you and with countries are fundamental. And this shows employment conditions, how it involves a gender and ethnic or racial biases, and its effect are deepened in intersectionality. Here you can see the comparison per educational level. The educational level continues to be an element, especially after 12 years of schooling. We find a greater participation in the labor market. But when we look at indigenous women, we are evidencing that it would be 6.5 with the same educational level compared to non-indigenous or Afro-descendant men, which is 11.7. And so whoever denies discrimination and inequality, well, this is the type of information that we can show. And so we're not only talking about having opportunities, but it actually means resolving the structural inequalities and finding a future, as mentioned by Ambassador Scott, free of discrimination and inequality. This is another data from the observatory. Here, the custodian organization is UNICEF, and we're working together within a campaign with UNFPA and UNICEF in order to end early and forced children's marriages that have a strong impact on the comprehensive development and autonomy of girls and teenagers. And this situation has even increased in the poorer quintiles of our region. And 1 out of every 5 girls was married when they were children or are in a condition of an early relationship. And we have to try to end this harmful situation, and this definitely deserves a profound change and a profound reflection that reproduces poverty at an intergenerational level. This is joint work where we also view what has happened with the sexual division of labor. Married girls devote more time to this that girls that are not in that situation. In Colombia, that implies practically 45 hours per week devoted to this. And we're talking of child labor here. And we're also discussing this with the ILO. That is not measured because it occurs in households themselves. These are practices not only very damaging from the viewpoint of violence and human rights violations, but it also establishes from very early on this sexual division of labor. Look at Guatemala, 47 hours, and so on. You can see the countries where we have conducted this analysis, but we are talking of a number of hours when these girls should be studying, developing opportunities without conducting this practice. This is the indicator that we monitored with UN Women, which is SDG 5.5.1b, and we are preparing an informational note to be published about this indicator. This is an SDG indicator, which are the seats elected in local governments, in political entities and local governments, and held by women. And this involves a tremendous promotion towards parity, and the region has made a tremendous contribution because the regulations on gender parity, all the quotas that began in Argentina in 1991, because that was the first country. These are indeed accelerators, and therefore we must continue to make progress in this direction. That is fundamental. This is what was presented by Maria Noel, and we compiled this in the observatory, which is the update of how we are faring as countries at the level of hierarchies. There is a recommendation in this sense, and I believe that the major challenge for the reports that you will have to prepare in order to monitor the Beijing platform is to see how this architecture and this institutional framework is present in a reality of low fiscal space and with many weaknesses in terms of what is requested in terms of devoting as many resources as possible, institutional, human, financial, in order to advance gender equality. And I conclude with the information or the data that we monitored in terms of social expenditure, low social expenditure in the region, which is heterogeneous. In some countries, it goes beyond a specific percentage of the GDP. In other countries, it doesn't even, it is more than 17% of the GDP. In other countries, it is less than 10%, and therefore we face a challenge of increasing tax collection and the fiscal space in many countries, but we also need to increase social expenditure and average per capita social expenditure in countries where we have information. We are in those countries far below OECD countries and far below other regions. And of course, when we establish policies and care systems, which is what do we need to generate now in order to overcome the situation, we find very few financial opportunities and little expansion in that of that expenditure. So this is a fundamental element. And so, in order to make progress, and this is more or less a contribution, in order to make progress towards sustainable development with equality, we need to implement this regional gender agenda and overcome the structural barriers of inequality. And a lot of this will be decided in the economic, social, and cultural spheres. Many of you also exert influence in the national equality situations and with policies aimed at, at equality. But this is the type of contribution that we can make and consider in our global discussions, because obviously the structural and systemic thinking that we have achieved in our region involving physical autonomy, the economic dimension, the decision-making dimension, and how we must overcome all this with a sense of urgency, with a tremendous force, and with much more collaboration and with an intersectional perspective and intersectional perspective as well. And we here invite you to get to know our resources, our documents, and of course, we are open to update this information before you participate in the CSW in February next year. And we invite you to monitor the social panorama, which is a document provided produced by 4 divisions in ECLAC, the Statistics Division, the Economic Development Division, which acts as a coordinator, and the Social Affairs Division and the Gender Affairs Division. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna Westmith, head of the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC, and likewise Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women, for this introduction. And we also express our gratitude for Ambassador Esquer for their interventions as a framework to begin this session related to the next session on the social and legal status of women. Now we will talk about panel 1, which is called Inequality, Poverty, Social Protection and Care. We will have our panelists here. I'm in the room, otherwise connected online. As announced, this is a hybrid meeting, and therefore, in order to begin, I would like to offer the floor to Mayra Jimenez, Minister of Women's Affairs of the Dominican Republic. Minister, you have the floor.
Ok, también invitamos.
Okay, we also invite Rosane da Silva, National Secretary for Economic Autonomy and Care Policies in the Ministry of Women of Brazil. Please sit in the front here so that you can deliver your presentations as from here. And likewise, I would like to mention that we will have the presence of Laís Abramo, National Secretary for Care and Family of the Ministry of Social Development and Assistance and Family Affairs and the Fight Against Hunger of Brazil, who is connected online. We will say hello to you, Laís, and we offer the floor to Minister Mayra Jimenez. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to greet the chair and Anna Westmith, Maria Noé, and all the members of all the presiding officers that have accompanied us both face to face here and also connected online. Inequality summons us to a continuous reflection on the gaps and the structural conditions that uphold it. And we have no doubt that overcoming those gaps necessarily implies placing at the center of sustainable development the rights-based approach and gender equality. Poverty is multidimensional and impacts around 1.1 billion people throughout the world, and women represent 65% of those people. And this is one of the strongest expressions of inequality in labor terms. Women also find themselves underrepresented with a gender gap greater than 20%, and also in terms of labor participation. We know that over the past few years, the world has experienced a whole series of episodes that have disproportionately impacted women, and the response for recovery has also had a far slower effect when it comes to women. On top of that, we find the overload or the overburden of domestic work and unpaid care work, as we have discussed during these 2 days, resulting from the unfair distribution of these responsibilities. And these imbalances, we know, have a direct impact upon the economic opportunities of women, and promotes a circle between time poverty, poverty in terms of revenues, and structural gender-based inequalities. In the Dominican Republic, women devote on average 15.7 hours per week to care work, compared to 3.1% that in the case of men. In other words, they invest 4 times more than men to this activity, a situation which is very similar to that of other countries of the region. And that implies a loss in the opportunity cost of other activities, educational, economic, political, and physical and mental health activities for men. On the other hand, 30% of women in working age in poor and vulnerable households report that they do not seek employment because they are devoted to providing care at home. And this, in consequence, limits their possibilities for economic growth and for social inclusion, and prevents them from generating a financial and credit history for Social Security, so that they can have a greater certainty for both the present and the future. As for the Ministry of Women's Affairs, we promote the development of public policies that differentiated public policies in order to change this reality of gender inequalities, such as financial support to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises headed by women, receiving 67% of all the state's investment for these initiatives. Likewise, we provide specific support for women living in social and economic vulnerability, that have been victims or survivors of violence, and who are single mothers, or that face a disabilities, and likewise to families that have boys and girls that have received orphan boys and girls as a result of femicide. Likewise, 57% of ownership titles provided by the present administration have been granted to women.
Part of the policies related to bridging the gaps of fighting against poverty, women have been a priority and are the main beneficiaries of all social programs implemented in the country. In terms of institutionality, we have put as a priority a budget with gender approach, putting into work eight budgetary classified to plan and measure public investment regarding equality and women's rights. We have also established a policy for care, looking for um, paying the debt that we have with women, which require providing care to have a residence alternative. At the same time, they can have more time for their insertion and development to bridge the gaps and to devote to paid economic activities. So, in terms of economic recovery, this policy has been stated and we have made progress in, uh, in training of caregivers for their labor participation with special focus on the right to receive care, the right to care for others, and the right for self-care. We understand that the policies for care should integrate co-responsibility, social co-responsibility strategies with the participation of the private sector to uh, create new employments with the warranties of right, expanding the offer of care services. From the page of women, we are promoting that these policies may have as one of the strategic pillars that the care services are part of the minimum starting point for social protection, ensuring basic and essential protection for a decent and full life, especially for people who are living in um, living in disadvantaged environments, which have just the historical opportunity of being cared for another. So this minimum starting point for social protection should include and guarantee measures such as uh, formal employment for caregivers, medical insurance, subsidies, health subsidies, and also paid sick leaves. In the case of people who require care, especially the ones who are most socially vulnerable, they should have access to services provided their residents. In the case of Dominican Republic, we have included these through networks of caregivers. So in our countries, we reiterate the agreement of the Fourth Ibero-American Conference on Gender towards an inclusive, democratic, and sustainable Ibero-America with a commitment in line with the commitment of Buenos Aires related to flexible labor schemes, not reducing labor and social protection, but providing support to mothers and public services and water, renewable energy, transport, technologies, and communications, promoting new laws and policies for maternities and paternity and sick leave plans for parents, as well as accessible nurseries of quality and also services for children and other relatives. Finally, the importance of financial sustainability in this endeavor being a challenge for our country. The surveillance aimed at ensuring strong and permanent control systems and especially financial resources enough to fund policies, plans, and programs with a view to gender equality. Fighting against poverty and inequality is closely related to strengthening social protection systems, which should put girls, women, children, adolescents at the core of this transformation to overcome inequalities. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Mayra Jimenez, Minister of Women of the Dominican Republic. Thank you for taking these key topics to the surface. Now I would like to give the floor to Rosane da Silva, National Secretary for Economic Autonomy and Care Policies in the Ministry of Women of Brazil. She's here in the room. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet the ones who are here in presence, as well as the ones who are virtually connected. And greetings to the chair of Disabled as the secretariat. Also, I would like to greet Maria Noel and Anna Westmans from ECLAC. Apart from all the other colleagues who are here in this session, I bring warmest regards from Brazil on behalf of Minister Gonzalez from the Ministry of Women, as well as from our President Lula Silva. Sadramo will be on connected online. She is from the Social Development Ministry. I would like to start my presentation talking about what's going on in terms of inequalities in Brazil, gender inequality, race, ethnicity inequalities, which are important actors to analyze inequalities in Brazil. The first result of census 2022 say the Brazilian population reached 2.3 million individuals, men, women, Afro descendants reached to more than 60 million. 28% of the whole population. The rural areas concentrate 14% of the criminal population in the country, and they are the ones who are suffering from discriminations because of the perverse situation against racism and sexism. This is a social suffocation with negative impacts in every dimension of life, sexual, racial, and territorial dimension, labor dimension. All that brings a lot of interruptions and less opportunities for Black, indigenous, rural women, and the women who live in the forest as well. So that's why this is more common to see in terms of the unemployment rate and with informal work and the seasonal jobs as well. Still, the women have less access to land, funding, and less support to produce in the sector. And it's a fact. Black women, for instance, and most of the workers providing services at home as a cook, as in charge of cleaning, taking care of children, and also it, it in charge of care in general, talking about care, mainly Black women in this sector has a low salary and this work is very precarious. Few of them have access to social security. Today in my country, 3 out of 4 um, home workers have no kind of social protection. So women are more exposed to the lack of money, to precarious housing. lack of food security and diseases. According to data last year, incidence of poverty between Black women in Brazil is the double of what is going on between white men. That's why our social programs in the field, especially the policy which is called Family Back, which provides a minimum salary, is mainly focused on women. Considering what happens with gender, ethnicity, and territory, we see that difficulties are worse for women, poor women, Black, indigenous women, which are living in rural areas. In fact, the social policy model in Brazil based on families. I mean, thinking of the men are the providers, and women would be responsible for the family. They are housewives. And there is a trend over the last decades of increasing number of the family where women are responsible of everything that happens at home. However, today, we are half of the families in the country are living in that situation. The only salary sources is this one, where women are the ones that are affected in this scenario, looking for economic maintenance. The families continue taking care of their children, and they start looking for paid activities. They are looking for better living conditions. Now, productive work and access depends on the conciliation between work at home and work outside, paid work outside. Access, which is unequal to this, increases the cycle of poverty among women. And 37% of children in Brazil up to 3 years of age had access to nurseries, the number from 2022, and that shows a great deficit of nursery school that we have in Brazil, and in the rural area it's even more critical. Just 20% of them have access to nursery school, and so the access to schools is very difficult, and that if that should if that could be improved, so dependence on of women on men and to be only care about homes is something that could be overcome. On behalf of women, we could include their presence in the productive labor markets. To think of care policy in Brazil requires first to recognize the lack of family strategies. I mean, thinking of women in charge of taking care of the members of the family. There is an absence of strategies to meet all care demands. We call this a crisis on the care environment. We shouldn't forget that more visibility and political articulation for care, that means to denounce the unfair sexual division and labor. So this is not only because of economic poverty, but also the poverty in terms of time available and achievements of women, which puts a limitation to the absence of the possibility of women to be devoted to education, productive work, and participation in political environments. We have heard today about the urgent need that we have to think of political participation of women, to think of a care policy that means to give them more time so they can devote to the political activities and labor activities. So it's necessary to have a care policies to reorganize the labor divisions in terms of gender and to overcome inequalities, care, job, and to have an essential welfare division among the families And this is what we are doing in an unpaid manner. The care policies are looking for reducing the burden on women with a better distribution of care. The social protection models should include specific measures to fight these gender inequalities, race, territory, and access to care. And these mechanisms are essential to change this situation of inequality. It is necessary to promote basic coverage in terms of care, separating the care and their relationship with feminization and an activity just resided in the families. The other aspects are care policies, looking for better nurseries, more nurseries, uh, Lego hours, comprehensive care, paying attention to the needs of elderly people, disabled people, and also ill individuals, guaranteeing the rights of caregivers and increasing the number of social teams as more nurseries or community restaurants or something like that. This care policy should fight against sexual division of work, which is so comfortable for men. And we would like to promote the responsibility of the state, of the society, and the family as a whole. It is also necessary to face the unjust social division. We could face better all the structural inequalities by changing asymmetries in terms of the power relationship between men and women. In July this year in Brazil, President Lula ratified or sanctioned the social equality law as a mechanism to have better equality. I mean, he passed and ratified this law, but I would like to say that the Brazilian government is is in line with the regional PAC policy and is for that to build a fair, equal world. And so in that sense, we should put the women's at the core of the public policies. In this way, we could finish with this type of inequalities. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, National Secretary of Economic Autonomy and Care Policies, the Ministry of Women of Brazil. And now we're going to give the floor to Liz Abramo, National Secretary for Care and Family from the Ministry of Social Development and Assistance, Family Affairs, and the Fight Against Hunger of Brazil. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, I would like to greet all the authorities who are present here. And now I will continue speaking in Spanish. Will be my presentation. I don't know if you can see my presentation.
Vemos tu pantalla, pero todavía no se abre la presentación.
Ahora no.
No la vemos todavía.
Ay, mira, sé que no tenemos tiempo para perder, entonces.
I know that we don't have time to be lost, but give me 1 second. Lais, now we can see the presentation.
I know I have very little time, and first I would like to greet the presentation by Maria Noel, Anna, and my colleague Roseanne. I believe that they presented the fundamental numbers for Brazil related to poverty and inequality related to gender issues. I will now be concentrating or focusing the national policy of care that we are creating in Brazil. And this process is being jointly coordinated by the Ministry of Social Development and the Ministry of Women, especially the Secretariat from which Roseanne is presiding. Just to place in context, we in Brazil, as probably everybody knows, we're going through a very important change in the political scenario with the start of President Luna that is established by the need of rebuilding different policies and institutions directed to the guarantee of rights in eradicating hunger and poverty. It is in this process that one of the main elements is to turn the weakening of the ministries that occurred during the previous years, among them the Ministry of Women that we had up to 2015 in Brazil, 2016, the Social Development Ministry, Health, Work, and many others. And of course, the creation of new ministries, such as in the case of the Ministry of Women, of Racial Equality, and the very first time in the history of Brazil, the Indigenous People Ministry. It is in this context that there is a definition of the commitment of uh, President Lula's government, a national policy of care that is expressed in different government structures, the creation of the secretariat that I am guiding, and the one that Roseanne is guiding, and other structures in the Ministry of Work and Health as an example. And specifically in the creation of a interministerial work theme for the creation of the national policy of care, as I mentioned, coordinated by the Ministry of Health and the Women's Ministry, and integrated by other 15 ministries such as health, education, social security, human rights, and others. We are being inspired in the experience of other countries in that that have advanced in that process, and with all of the theoretical and conceptual elements related, created by the United Nations and the Conference of the Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, Buenos Aires Commitment, and everything else. And among these countries that have been creating care policies that have government policy that is intersectorial. And in this case, it's this work group that has this composition. And why? Because we believe that interministerial dialogue is something very important in creating a policy in care activities. And of course, there's an exception in Brazil where there is a public offer related to care. And we have heard examples here with care services, leave regulations, all that are placed in different ministries and different sectorial policies. We have data that were already presented by Rosanna, and I wanted, also by Anna, that presents the data of Brazil. I just wanted to add one additional data. I believe it is really showing the relationship that exists between the social and sexual division of labor, and to characterize here that is generating poverty of time and the poverty of income. This graph is showing the percentage of women that are active but are not in the labor market, that are not employed, and this are not looking for or searching for jobs, given all the reasons related to the care of children and their family at home. An average of 30% for women, saying that the main reason why they are not either working in the work labor or looking for employment is that important work that they have of unpaid work. And in the case of women and men, it's only 2% of the numbers presented by Anna. And in the case of women that have children from 0 to 3 years, is increasing to 62%. Here, I wanted to emphasize something that was very well presented by Roseanne, which is the racial division of work as a as well. It is very high for Afro descendants compared to non-Afro descendant women. Here, we have that this is one of many numbers that are expressing that the care activity in Brazil is not just feminized, they're in paid or unpaid activity, but it is also strongly racialized. Black women or Afro descendants is 45% of the total labor force of care in Brazil. All the statistics that we have are showing that the amount of unpaid work is even more important. In the process of constructing policies, we're in the area of interministerial work in a dialogue process between the whole group of ministries where we are trying to define the area of policy, the concept of care, those that are subject of policy, and we're in this process. We have up to May next year to present a proposal of the national policy for care. Of course, we started discussing what it is that we understood by care. We know that care is one word that has many, many definitions. It is present in the daily activities of caring for work, for children, with medical care and others, but also it's present in different areas of the public policies, not only with the same meaning. So, what does it mean for education to take care? What is it for social protection? What does it mean for health policies? Therefore, it is very clear something that it is above sectorial policies, and probably we need pact within the different governments. And what we understand for here, I will be presenting the results of these 5 months of work. We understand care as the daily activity of necessary services in the different societies and the guarantee of well-being for people. We understand, as the Ministry of the Dominican Republic is saying, it is a right and a need of people. Therefore, we understand it is a universal right. And of course, care are much more important in specific times of the life cycle and certain conditions where people have less autonomy and are more dependent. But we understand that here we have the interdependency of the human condition that will allow us to express that we all need what we also understand care as an essential public good for the functioning of the society and the economy and the guarantee of rights to equality. We know that the social organization of care does not guarantee this, and therefore the main goal of this policy, as expressed by Luciana, is to change that social organization of care that, as well expressed in the documents of the Regional Conference of Women, is very unfair and non-sustainable. We define then which are the main or the macro goal, if you wish, which is to change that current organization of care, and we define 5 central points. First, to guarantee the right to care to all people that need it. Second, to guarantee decent labor to all workers that are working paid for these areas, including domestic workers, for people with disabilities. Third, to value and redistribute or reduce the unpaid work, allowing freeing time for women. For to promote a co-responsibility culture, as it has already been mentioned here and many times, between men and women, within families, and also the community, the state, the market, and companies. And here I want to repeat something that yesterday was mentioned by the Minister Nadine, the difference between the industry of care for the market and the policy within companies that are all fundamental to guarantee timing, leaves, and other divisions of labor that is not based on the idea that there's always somebody that is a care home, a very important. And last point, it is a fundamental aspect of a policy to acknowledge and approach the structural inequalities characterizing Brazilian society. Of course, gender based, the most evident one, but also class, race, ethnicity, territory, and disabilities, and age. It is the concept here that we are using. It's the concept created by, it's like in the matrix of social inequality, where those inequalities are structural, structuring, and are interrelated or are intersectional. So this is the central element of the policy should be present not only as an initial declaration, but in the diagnosis that we establish of the needs of offer of care, the gaps, the policies that we are trying to create. Now, which are those subjects to these policies? Again, it's all people understanding our right uh, to care, to be cared for, or self-care. The idea is that this policy should be universal, but we understand it as a progressive universality and sensible to differences or sensitive to differences. The idea is for progressive advancement in the care activity established by priority groups and be guided to actively overcome inequalities through affirmative action for people and groups that have different knowledges or activities that are sometimes even more acute due to discrimination or exclusion and to break barriers in policy access. Which are the priority publics among those that require care, which is children and teens, especially focused in the early life and with special needs people, and among those that are caretakers or workers that are paid workers or unpaid caretakers. But we also identified for the case of Brazil other categories of populations that are in higher vulnerability situations for discrimination or exclusion in the access to care that requires specific perspective. For example, indigenous people, the Quilombolas communities, the traditional groups of Afro descendants, the people in the rural areas, younger people, LGBTQIA plus, migrants and refugees, among others. And among these, guar- guaranteeing cross-sectionality and intersectionality of class, gender, race, ethnicity, and territory. And going to the last aspects and trying to conclude my presentation, I will just name some challenges that we are confronting in this one. It's five challenges. The first one is intersectionality. As I already mentioned, this is the work group of 17 ministries plus the National Statistics Institute, and it is fundamental to have an articulation and participation of the different ministries to consider a guarantee to care. In Brazil, there are three important public policy systems: health, education, and social protection. And it is necessary to hold a very strong dialogue between those systems and policy networks to be able to establish or define what already exists and to increase the coverage and presented the coverage, the current coverage of care in Brazil is very low, it's between 0 and 3 years of age. And to increase coverage to adapt policies from a perspective of care, for example, the extension of the hours and the different care for children. That is one. Second, Brazil is a federation, such as many other countries in the region, and these main care networks have certain activities that are legally defined in the levels of federation, regional, or state at municipal levels. And it is necessary to have management mechanisms of social construction. We're in a country that is composed by 27 states and 5,570 municipalities. So it is fundamental to negotiate between these three levels of the federation and observe the shared activities between the entities, the formulation and implementation of specific policies. For example, kindergarten is in the municipality. So any change, for example, in their day activities have to be managed with the municipalities, and we are trying to ensure the three levels in the policy. Another is regulatory challenge that was expressed by many. We have the right to care should be legally acknowledged or recognized in Brazil at constitutional level, hopefully. But there's also something that is related to the agreement of the ILO. Brazil has not yet ratified the agreement of ILO, so it is under process, same as the other agreements and the regulations of the different activities related to care. Fourth, the challenge of social participation. We also have a plan to guarantee the discussion in different sectors of the society involved in this process and to include social participation in the process in the creation of these policies and plans or the continuous follow-up. We have a process of here establishing dialogue with other processes in the region, with people from rural areas, from indigenous women, with people with disabilities, LGBTQ, and fifth, to be able to advance knowledge. Brazil, unfortunately, does not have any satellite account for the survey of the use of time. And we're working together with the statistics time to guarantee this, as well as the United Nations system, and also the budget challenge. But I have it in blank here because we know it is a very important point, but we are trying to include the finance ministry in the group, which would be the 18th ministry participating in this interministerial work. And we hope to move forward in this area. And that would be my presentation. Thank you very much. And apologies if I took too much time. Thank you very much, Said Brown, for complementing and presenting this being done in terms of care in Brazil. And prior to presenting the following panelists, I would like to mention, and it was already talked to the lady, that we are delayed in our program, and we will be requesting to please the panelists that are coming on the next ones as well, and all delegations, please adapt to the time that was announced as the panelist guidelines and the 2-minute intervention. Challenge that we have is, of course, to provide 7 minutes to the next two panelists, the ones that came in the guidelines presented by the colleagues of gender issues. And then we will go to a coffee break from 12:15 to 12:30. And I would like to request everybody's cooperation to return on time and extend the recess, the day recess, but for the break, my apologies, and we have to take care of the time. And we will leave the discussion for this panel for after lunch. So now I would like to invite Dulce Torres Sandoval, member of the National Indigenous Women Coordinating CONAMI in Mexico, representing the Continental Network of Indigenous Women in the Americas, an organization that is very active in all of the meetings, and you have been acknowledged, Dulce.
Thank you, Chair and authorities. As from the continental link of indigenous women, we're talking of poverty in plural to refer to cultural, environmental, economic, and care policies that also related to food, education, security, lack of knowledge, a lack of visibility, misaccreditation and illicit appropriation of resources and knowledge and practices of those that possess that. There is a close link between the multiple violences and the multiple poverties. We talk about poverties in plural in order to bring to the fore the multiple systemic, historical, and structural causes and all their consequences and expressions. In context of racism, discrimination, injustices, and inequalities, indigenous women still face the obstacles in order to gain access to decent work that represents a way towards economic empowerment and the realization of our life projects. Our contribution to the economy via unpaid work is not adequately reflected in national statistics nor in international macroeconomic indicators. And in addition, the rate of participation in unpaid work is significantly lower compared of paid work is significantly lower compared to other regions, and the differences vis-a-vis male peers is also unfavorable. We face exclusion where our competencies, knowledge, and work is not recognized within a context of unequal power relations vis-a-vis other social groups that places us in a disadvantageous situation. In addition, the nature of employment that indigenous women gain access to is often limited to informality, a precarious aspect, abuse, and lack of satisfaction of basic needs. There are challenges with regards acknowledgement as subjects of rights of knowledge and of traditional competencies of indigenous peoples. We view poverty as a structural system linked to the violences that we face every day in the more than 23 million indigenous women in our region, and thus we believe it is fundamental to continue to strengthen in the institutions and financing with a gender perspective, prioritizing intercultural and intergenerational aspects in order to deal with access to public services, infrastructure, and social protection in the Americas. By states, by international agencies, and by international cooperation. In consequence, we would like to submit the following proposals as from the perspective of economic, social, fiscal, food, climatic development with a cultural relevance, gender intersectionality, and interculturality. To promote disaggregated statistics considering the gender variables catering for the specific needs of women, teenagers, and indigenous women to create affirmative actions aimed at eliminating in societies prejudices, ideas, representations, and practices that promote discrimination against indigenous women, to bring to the fore, to consider, and to pay the work done by indigenous women as a contribution to local and national economies, and to consider our nations and also life plans whenever we promote economic opportunities for indigenous women, to formulate and implement policies, programs, and national services, training services, and decent employment for indigenous women, considering gender approaches, human rights, both collective and individual, interculturality, intergenerations, and an intergenerational approach, and to promote the autonomous work of indigenous women, promoting processes aimed at formalization, responding to their needs in terms of cost, time, and so on. To promote training programs for entrepreneurship, the improvement of products, financing, technologies, and means for an equitable access to different types of markets, and to acknowledge and promote the official registration of collective knowledge or traditional knowledge of peoples and of indigenous women in order to protect them faced with their unauthorized use by the state and third parties, and to guarantee the legal status of indigenous territories and to promote the necessary conditions in order to guarantee the decent work and the comprehensive security of indigenous peoples, including the transmission of their cultures, traditions, and their own economies, and to adopt concrete measures between employers and supervisors in order to eliminate discrimination in employment, guaranteeing access with equal opportunities regardless of age, gender, ethnic origin, and so on. Salaries over and above the minimum salary, just pensions, fair pensions, rights to social security, and also the principle of equal salary for equal work, to review and adjust uh, legal aspects in order to make much more flexible the working hours in accordance with the different needs, enabling women to take on board other roles publicly and privately, guaranteeing the protection of times that are socially important, the necessary rest periods, and to promote economies, our own economies, projects, businesses, and ventures, traditional ventures that are also innovating on the part of indigenous peoples, and to promote strategic planning of territories considering their diversity, the various realities, and the different potential that exists, so that they may be worked on productively and efficiently, and help to define the type of business or venture that can be feasible in each territory to guarantee access to basic health, water, sewage, energy, telecommunications, and transport services, among others, that enable women to perform the different economic activities in a timely and efficient fashion, to establish financing and programs focused on achieving the substantive equality of indigenous women, fiscal policies in terms of investments, statistics, disaggregated per age groups, ethnicity, geo-referenced, and cultural pertinence. And finally, to promote measures that transform the public and private labor market and the societal care into paid care work for indigenous women, and to value care work together with the implementation of public policies, fiscal regulations that are adequate, and comprehensive care systems. So they are all fundamental in order to end poverty and advance towards gender equality. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dulce Torres Sandoval of the National Coordinated Continental Network of Indigenous Women of the Americas, ECMIA, for the points you made and for your adequate use of time. I'd like to offer the floor to Miriam Mois, who is an associate professor at the Université des Antilles in Martinique and General Secretary of Universities Caribbean.
Dear colleagues, protocol has now been observed, so I will just use this only advantage of being the last panel speaker. I wish to thank ECLAC and UN Women for this kind invitation. A special thanks to Barbara, Anna, and Cecilia for their warm welcome. Just pointing out that whenever there is a panel and it is reminded towards the end that we only have 7 minutes, it's as if the two last speakers have to carry the burden of the panel conclusion, and it is creating stress. I just want to say, among women, since we care for each other, that it's better to announce this at the very beginning. I did feel the stress of my neighbor there when you announced this 7 minutes, although we know we do have 7 minutes. So I'll do my best. I am, in fact, a full two-time scholar in gender studies and cultural studies at Université des Antilles in Martinique, the Francophone Caribbean. In fact, my research focus is very much on Afro-descent women in the Caribbean and its diasporas. So I really observe women-specific strategies of assertion and empowerment through discourse, aesthetic production. I also explore their leadership role in advancing the transformation of Caribbean societies, as women are often at the forefront of global battles for justice, whether it is gender justice, racial justice, class justice, or environmental justice. Women leadership has the potential to make a huge difference in the Caribbean region. Today, I wish to speak really from a global Caribbean perspective. Hence, I will speak in my capacity as Secretary General of Universities Caribbean, which is a consortium of Caribbean universities and research institutes. This position gives me the privilege to have a broader perspective on the Caribbean region, which is both academically grounded and also transnational, translingual, and transcultural. I just want to say that our consortium defines the Caribbean as the wider Caribbean region, and therefore we discuss the region as this space, which is kind of an elastic space, including the diaspora, and really spreading, including the sovereign and non-sovereign Caribbean, the insular and continental Caribbean as well, and encompassing the islands, the coastal regions, the Caribbean Sea, Gulf of Mexico, Central America, the northern South American region, and the Guianas. We are very inclusive in our vision of the Caribbean, and in fact, we are very inclusive of our vision of gender equality as well. When we discuss gender equality, we speak to the diversity of the region. In fact, a regional gender equality plan should speak to the least visible women. For example, when we speak of women's capacity building for leadership and autonomy, do we consider the economic role of the Madame Sarah international traders in Haiti? These women managing informal commerce, often migrating across Caribbean islands and providing for their whole family. Do we consider the feminist leadership of the Palenque women, the Afro-descent Colombian women of the Palenque in Cartagena, for example, the Caribbean region of Colombia? I've met a number of active women's organizations in the Palenque. I think that the next regional conference on women of Latin America and the Caribbean should consider giving a specific space to the growth of global Caribbean feminisms, which are in fact borderless, inclusive, multicultural, and transformative. In fact, Caribbean women have to be acknowledged and empowered from every corner of the Caribbean region, including diasporic spaces, rural spaces, and marginalized spaces. It is therefore imperative that we recognize the cultural diversity and untapped potential within our region. And I wish to focus on two main critical aspects that I would like presiding officers and organizers of the next regional conference to consider. On the one hand, I wish to insist on the necessity to acknowledge the specificities and diversity of the Caribbean region and the persistent challenges faced by Caribbean women in particular. And in fact, I want to focus on contextualized capacity building as a strategy to reduce women's poverty and improve their economic autonomy. I really want to underline care as not only within domestic sphere, but within educational and professional spheres. On the other hand, I wish to highlight the need for a solution-based innovative diplomacy that would give more space to regional and cultural specificities and allow universities to play their role as serving their communities and as contributing to sustainable development. When I was reading official reports from the UN agencies and development banks, I must say that the figures that are used to assess our region, Latin American and the Caribbean, often lump us, the Caribbean, together with Latin America, disregarding the unique Caribbean context. Of course, some progress has been made, in recognizing proper Caribbean data in the last 15 years. And in fact, the reports published on gender equality in the LAC region have given more and more visibility to the seat of the LAC. But while this progress is made, report writers and analysts from development agencies and gender observatories in Latin American region must often be reminded that the Caribbean region is not limited to the Spanish-speaking Caribbean. I can see that Cuba and the Dominican Republic are always features represented in terms of data, but some insular territories rarely or never appear in the data. I want to mention that we do have institutes for gender and development studies in the Caribbean. The University of the West Indies is a leader in this matter and can certainly provide more data in order to enrich these different analyses, which are so important to advance gender equality. In terms of the Caribbean context specifically, I just want to remind that the challenges that the region faces are multifaceted and impact women in particular ways. High levels of unemployment, underemployment persists, of course, with the ongoing, the post-COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated these issues. Our Caribbean territories grapple with the constant threats of climate change, chronic diseases, water scarcity, and other health crises. Furthermore, the vulnerabilities of our region are underpinned by historical legacies of colonialism and its enduring impacts. Caribbean women in particular are disproportionately affected by climate change in terms of health, forced migration with their families, and socioeconomic repercussions. Environmental degradation hits women the hardest, including sea erosion and the relentless sargassum seaweed invasion. This seaweed whose toxicity acts on female hormonal systems. Underscoring here, really what I want to underline is the intersection between gender justice and environmental justice, between the ethics of care and the ethics of justice. And this convergence demands urgent attention. The economy and education landscape also warrant a closer look, because in the Caribbean, we have more women graduates than men graduates. However, when we move on to the professional sector, we realize that women are often limited to low or middle levels in professional in their professions, whereas men eventually always get to the top executive careers. Therefore, we do have an issue with Caribbean women accessing leadership and top executive positions. I want to mention a 2022 article by the World Bank country director for the Caribbean and the manager of the World Bank Poverty and Equity Practice in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this article really emphasized the critical role of women and girls' empowerment in achieving sustainable gender equality. I believe this is really the focus should be very much on leadership and opportunities and capacity building for Caribbean women and girls. This report indicates that increasing female labor market income has led to a 30% reduction in extreme poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean. So this report also highlights that the achievements in girls' education, with many Caribbean countries boasting high school attendance rates for boys, for both boys and girls, but the gender gaps remains when as we move up the ladder. Therefore, it is important also to mention that, for example, women in Dominica and Jamaica earn approximately 85 cents for every dollar earned by men, and even if they are more graduated than men. So it's important also that women would be more present in political representation and decision making, because beyond a few powerful and inspiring women leaders such as Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Caribbean women are underrepresented in parliaments and top management positions across the region. it's important that we would deconstruct the myth of the matriarchal society which exists in many Caribbean societies, where women are embracing this potomitan figure in Creole, which is the figure of the sacrificial mother, and who actually sacrifices for her family. And we need to really train future generations to move past this burden of this myth of the potomitan woman. We really must ensure that we do not feel constrained, that women would not feel constrained to caregiving professions, teaching, nursing, assisting roles, but that they would always project themselves in leadership and management position. I want I would like to make 2 recommendations because I really want to be practical. And I've learned to be practical because academics are always described as being a bit superficial with their theory, and I really want to be practical, and to give an actual practical recommendation, whether or not it is followed, but it's a suggestion. I would like to make 2 recommendations as we prepare for the 68th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. First, I would recommend the progressive and collaborative creation of a gender equity project incubator for Caribbean women and girls. This initiative would focus on developing more capacity building initiatives to empower Caribbean women and girls within their unique contexts. This would have to involve universities, agencies, governments, feminist organizations, various stakeholders, essentially creating a gender equitable diplomacy for innovation based on Caribbean realities. I believe this is time for the Caribbean to have a proper space to address specific realities of the Caribbean. Secondly, I believe, and this is my second recommendation, I believe it would be significant to frame the conference with a preliminary event such as an academic forum or a town hall meeting dedicated to women and leadership in the Caribbean and Latin America. This forum should provide a platform for discussing women's leadership roles in academia, politics, businesses, activist organizations throughout the regions. And really, these recommendations aim to empower women in the Caribbean and Latin America to contribute to, because they can contribute to reducing gender gaps and also to creating inclusive spaces to address our region-specific challenges. I really wish to emphasize the significant role that universities, development, research, science, and innovation can play in advancing gender equality in the Caribbean. Through funded research programs and capacity building activities, we can bridge the gap between academia and real-world solutions. And I really want to insist on the real-world solutions. This is really a solution-based research approach, an approach that links science and societies, an approach that fosters youth leadership forums for female students, that conducts capacity building workshops and supports gender equity research groups for doctoral students. I will wish to conclude by saying that universities are no longer superior elitist spaces. Universities are not supposed to serve themselves. They're supposed to serve their communities. This is what we want to do at Universities Caribbean, and gender equality is one of our 6 priorities. And we want to serve regional development. We want to contribute to strengthening gender equity through training and solution-based research. We really strive for inclusive transformation, and striving for inclusive transformation for women in Latin America and the Caribbean means prioritizing the increase of autonomy and leadership as a means to achieve sustainable development goals. It means working together to empower women and girls throughout our beloved Caribbean region and beyond its historical traumas and current challenges. I wish to end my quote with a statement by Asian writer Edwidge Danticat in her novel Brief Eyes Memory. We women, me and you, tell me we will help each other carry our loads. We have stumbled, but we have not fallen. This quote beautifully resonates with the necessity for us women, feminists, academics, practitioners, policymakers, project developers from the Caribbean and Latin America to join our forces and help each other carry our loads towards a fairer and more inclusive society. These are the ethics of care and justice, and this is our responsibility to create innovative paths for leadership and autonomy for future generations of women in the Caribbean and Latin America to boost their potential, the potential of these younger generations of women who are the future leaders of the region and who need to build their capacity so that they will be able to contribute to transforming our societies and to advancing regional development for sustainable futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Moise, for presenting the Caribbean women and girls perspective and their gender gaps and challenges. I would like to take the opportunity to apologize with you, Professor Moise, and with Dulce Torres on my comment on time. It won't happen again. Thank you. A continuación, siendo las 12:27 minutos, les invito a hacer un receso de 15 minutos.
I invite you now
para iniciar a las 12:45
break to reconvene at 12:45 with our next activity. We are very late and I trust in your cooperation. Thank you.
La mesa de... Sí, estoy mirando allá porque estoy a un lado. Cuba, Cuba, como parte de la acuerdo de la alianza directiva de este país.
Solicitamos a la
We would request to our delegations to please be seated. Chair Lady, can we start, given we have 106 participants online? Thank you very much.
Continuamos entonces con el temario.
We will continue now, and now we go to panel 2, Institutional Architecture and Financing. Panelists will have 7 minutes for their presentation. Please adapt to the time frame, and we provide the floor to Juana Herrera, Minister for Women's Affairs of Panama. My apologies. Thank you, Chair Lady, and to our ministers, special guests that are here in the room, and for those of us online. I would just for the beginning express that a situation of a structure of a mechanism is not easy, and it is not a task that is from today to tomorrow. It is a process that's generated, and Panama has not been the exception. This year, it is 100-year celebration of the first feminist Congress, where it's a struggle for women at academic, social, and economic. And at the time, they ended up struggling for universal vote of women obtained in 1940. As of that time, the whole process of incorporation of women working in incidents for rights, women as well as civil society activities and women organized in politics. What I am trying to express is that the Ministry of Women in Panama is a result of the struggle of women to obtain an autonomous organization that is established as a Council of Women that fulfills a very important responsibility that the society had, as well as with women in Panama for equality and gender equality, as well as the promotion of human rights. Nowadays, the Ministry of Women that is already working for 7 months, I believe it is one of the most recent ministries. It is a reference organization. As ministry, it is very recent, but has been working for a number of years, fighting or struggling for human rights of women in Panama. It is a reference organization for all topics related to women in the country, and through its development, it has been able to place in public agenda all demands of women in areas such as gender violence, political participation, and empowerment, among others. Part of this, we have to acknowledge that women in the civil society, together with women in political parties, were including through agreements with candidates for general elections in more than 4 periods, different commitments, and among them was the commitment to creation and sanction of Ministry of Women, and this occurred March 8, 2023. We also have to express the incidence of international organizations, agreements, Belém do Pará, the nation system that all cooperate from external areas and supporting us and strengthening the mechanism. Another important aspect that I would like to mention is the data generation done through the network generating statistics, gender statistics, that has been updated and reformed, and nowadays has more than 50 organizations others that are aligned with the SDGs, especially number 5. One important aspect already mentioned here is funding, and this is the inclusion of a budget that has been worked from the Ministry of Economy and Finance is the labeling and budget classification based for the first time in our country, which will mean that we will be able to identify resources destined to equality and women's, teens, and children's rights, a part of women with disabilities and others. A number of international cooperation projects are working along these lines, but from different perspectives. One, women's rights, the disability rights, Afro descendants' rights, rural women, among others. We also need to mention an important mechanism, which is the international cooperation work table created in our country in the during the pandemics together with the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the Social Development Ministry, which is where the National Women's Institute was subscribed to the diplomatic corps, United Nations agencies, civil society, and others. And this is coordinated today with the Great Britain Embassy and the Spanish Cooperation Agency. It is a tool that UN Women has developed in the region and helps us in those countries that have medium and high countries to organize or channel those resources in the country that are oriented to women's rights. And we have, as an example, created forum and different aspects of women and climate change, and we will have the political participation of women. We also need to talk about the need to sensitize and train the technical people and the decision makers for the allocation and budgets including the three organizations of the state and the parliament members. Different advocacies that are being coordinated by the embassies in front of the international organizations, the funding agenda for development, the loans for funding and development that will request the component of gender equality, and the public-private association in gender parity and their work. We also want to mention a joint work by the Ministry of the Women and UN Women that signed in 2021 the cooperation framework with four fundamental areas. One, equality and social inclusion, environmental inclusion. Two, governance, institutionality, citizenship, and justice. Three, climate change, comprehensive environmental management and risk reduction in disasters. Four, violence prevention and protection of rights, and the expected results are all interlinked, and they have to be strengthened among themselves to reach structural changes with a positive impact for all people in Panama. A part of this, Panama signed a cooperation agreement with UN Women in 2020, all focused in different elements to promote inclusion of women in economic sectors that are non-traditional sectors, to strengthen the data collection for gender, the creation of women's ministry in prevention and the policies of violence and economic empowerment of women as a central element of the care system. Prior to with recommendations, we would like to express that even though the pandemic was a period that really harmed the whole world, specifically it was in our country, we had tremendous progress in that area. As an example, there was a reformulation of domestic violence, including femicide, as a crime. There was a political violence law that came in force to allow women to participate in better conditions. There was a creation of the Ministry of Women. We now have the National Assembly of Parliament members in comprehensive care, supported by the Social Development Ministry. And we also have national plans, national gender policy with a science, technology, and innovation approach that looks for the decrease in the digital gap that we are all involved. The national policy on indigenous women, and we are fostering together with the Rural Women Network and the Latin American group, the economic agenda of rural women. And it is important to mention that right now we have 6 ministers in the cabinet, 8 vice ministers, out of 9 judges, 6 that are women, and the chairperson of this organization is a woman with 42% of deputy parliament members. The recommendations that we have to close my presentation, and I am looking at the watch, is one to strengthen the alliance mechanisms with the private sector and be able to have them provide resources, to establish and maintain communication and joint work with the women's organizations for the decision-making process that it is on a participatory basis, to strengthen and mobilize resources that are for gender equality and women's rights, to continue and widen the labeling and classification of budget systems, technical assistance of those programs that are funded, strengthen the national mechanisms in economy, budget, and planning with a gender approach, strategy of mobilization of resources for the country in terms of gender issues, and we also have to be elevating the national mechanisms to the highest governmental level so as to have voice and vote in the decision-making process. It's nothing of us without us, or nothing for us without us. Thank you very much. I want to thank the participation of women from Panama. And now we would like to offer the floor to invest principal delegate of the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs from Barbados in the Inter-American Commission of Women, SIM. She is virtually with us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Buenas tardes, señora presidenta.
Thank you to the Executive Secretariat and the representatives of UN Women and LAC. Greetings from Barbados and from the Honorable Kirk Humphrey, Minister of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs. The government of Barbados recognizes the importance of gender equality to the sustainable development efforts and is pleased to be given this opportunity part of this panel discussion. My presentation this morning will address the areas of progress in which Barbados has sought to strengthen its institutional framework for gender equality and the challenges faced. Barbados has made significant progress in advancing women's and gender equality in compliance with the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, CEDAW, and other international conventions through the enactment of various pieces of legislation. For example, in Barbados, women are protected from direct discrimination and violence in public spheres and activities. We enacted the Domestic Violence Protections Order Amendment Act, one of the strongest protection orders in the region that gives emergency protection orders to police, protects women from all forms of abuse, including financial and psychological abuse, as well as stalking and all forms of online and digital abuses and harassment, and focuses on best practices to combat gender-based violence, and also focuses on perpetrator accountability. We have also enacted legislation securing women's position in the workplace and ensuring that there are policies against workplace discrimination and sexual harassment. In compliance with the Beijing Declaration, Barbados has sought to eliminate barriers to women's active participation in economic, social, cultural, and political decision-making. With respect to political participation, women are represented at the highest level of decision-making in Barbados, commencing with the election of our first female Prime Minister in 2018, Honorable Mia Amor Motley was re-elected in 2022. Also, our President, the Deputy Prime Minister, and the Director of Public Prosecutions are all women. 42% of the members of the upper house of legislature are women, including the leader of government business. Various ministries throughout the public service are also led by women. Of the 27 permanent secretaries, 19 of them are women. 50% of our judiciary are women at both the High Court and appellate level. In addition, the government has a dedicated unit, the Bureau of Gender Affairs, which is located within the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, which is the prime agency for gender equality. The government is now in the process of seeking to procure a gender policy advisor through the assistance of the Caribbean Development Bank to assist with its gender mainstreaming agenda. Barbados has adopted the ILO Convention for Decent Work, resulting in increased pay and better working conditions for domestic workers. The government is currently reviewing maternity leave and paternity leave to introduce a family leave benefit. In terms of education, women continue to have equal access to all levels of education. Both men and women of Barbados are offered education from nursery up to tertiary level. The data reveals that women outnumber their male counterparts at the tertiary level. The government has also adopted programs to include women in farming and fisheries. And also in terms of economic empowerment, government introduced a new financial product called a trust fund that women insufficient requirements for access to formal banking can now have access to microfunds to implement their businesses and in entrepreneurial endeavors. So while significant strides have been made, there's obviously a lot more to be done. The government of Barbados acknowledges that women are the main victims of poverty and has made it one of their 6 priority themes emanating from the Beijing Declaration. The government has initiated a program called the 1,000 Families Program, which will be launched tomorrow, which will address the issue of intergeneration poverty and seek to empower members of those families. This initiative has made provisions for the increase in the number of social workers who are predominantly female and the decentralization of some of our social services. The government of Barbados has not allocated a specific gender budget, but despite this, various ministries across the government have been able to incorporate gender into their aspects of work, into aspects of their work. With respect to healthcare, the national budget shows that one of the largest allocations is directed to the healthcare sector. And both men and women have access to free healthcare services provided by the polyclinics located across the island and the island's hospital. To further strengthen the institutional architecture, the government of Barbados recognized the need to create and strengthen partnerships with NGOs and CSOs in the effort to empower women and girls. Governments continue to fund the day-to-day operations of the Shelter for Abused Women, which provides several services to victims of domestic violence. In addition, the government offers and provides subventions to several NGOs, not only those which work with women, but also provides financial support to men's groups as well. So the opportunities that arise now with respect to our institutional architecture, we are now seeking to implement a national policy on gender. Barbados recognizes, as was reiterated and reinforced in the Buenos Aires commitment, that we need to establish proper institutional framework and architecture for gender mainstreaming at all levels and branches of government. We are committed to implementing a national policy on gender to achieve long-term sustainable development goals for Barbadians, which is currently under stakeholder review and consultation and should be finalized by the end of this year. The national policy will provide the framework for mainstreaming gender in all agencies, departments, and ministries, as well as enjoin the private sector and civil society to partner with the public sector to promote justice, gender justice, in all institutions of society at all levels. Our national policy will seek to address, amongst other matters, the disproportionate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and climate crisis on women and girls. Barbados recognizes that any institutional architecture for gender mainstreaming will have to be operationalized through 4 pillars: institutional arrangements for gender mainstreaming in all the budgets, policies, programs, plans, and activities of the public service. This includes capacity building of the Bureau of Gender Affairs to function as a gender mainstreaming lead agency. Training of public officers to acquire the requisite technical expertise and competencies to mainstream gender in all the policies, plans, programs, activities of the public service, and to address gender inequality concerns identified within the priority themes of the policy, of our draft policy on gender. Research and generation of local knowledge on gender disparities affecting boys and men, the gender inequalities affecting girls and women, and the design, implementation, and evaluation of interventions recommended to address priority themes of the policy, which include, amongst other things, culture, family life, the climate crisis, poverty, health, education, crime, and violence. The last pillar, partnerships and accountability across public, private, civic, and religious institutions of society is very important, in which men and women can jointly craft solutions to the problems of gender inequality to achieve gender justice. The challenges that we currently face relate to our lack of sex disaggregated data in many of our sectors. This has implications for gender analysis of the various sectors and affects the implementation of policies and programs that are driven by data. There's a need for financing and collaboration with international agencies to assist the government with the implementation of an effective gender-based data collection agency. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Andrea Simón, por su intervención.
Thank you, Andrea Simon, for your presentation. And now we would like to offer the floor to Corina Rodriguez, who is a researcher of the National Council for Scientific and Technical Research at CONICET of Argentina, and a member of the Executive Committee of Women for Alternative Development for a New Era. You have the floor, Corina. Thank you very much. Good morning. I thank you for the invitation to form part of this discussion, and I would like to share some comments with you about the issue of this specific session on the issue of the institutional architecture and financing. I believe that undoubtedly, in order to make progress towards a society of care, which is an objective established by the Buenos Aires commitment, the role of the state and of public policies is fundamental. And necessarily, both the institutional framework, the institutional architecture, and public policies require financing. And public financing policies, like all macroeconomic instruments, have implications on gender inequality gaps and the gaps, considering its multiple intersectionality, and may have an impact or not on the structural conditions that produce that inequality. And therefore, when we think about financing mechanisms for gender policies, for equality policies, and for the institutional architecture, we believe it's important, first of all, to bear in mind the challenges that we face in this region, and then to see how we can make progress in a transformative fashion. Very briefly, from my viewpoint, the main present problems for financing equality public policies are related to taxation structures that do not generate sufficient revenues, and in most cases are based on regressive designs, a high level of informality in the economy of most countries of the region, and also shaped by taxation problems and abuse that imply tremendous illicit financial flows, so weakness in taxation administrations, combined in some cases with a lack of political will in order to exert effective controls, and also a culture that is counter to the payment of taxes, derived partly from the lack of legitimacy of the state as a result of its efficiency in terms of social security. And we must also be very aware of the veto power that economic elites have when it comes to taxation reform bills that impact their interests. Within this framework, I believe it is important to advance with some transformative proposals, transformation of public financing mechanisms, because for them to be truly transformative in nature, they must be based on certain principles. There are principles that we are able to identify in the feminist economic agendas. I believe that the first principle should well, without we must acknowledge fiscal accounts, but we must face up to the paradigm of austerity and challenge the arguments that fiscal balance can only be obtained by controlling and reducing expenditure and not by increasing public revenues. We believe that a transformation agenda when it comes to public financing mechanisms must be based on a systemic perspective. The scheme of financing of care policies and of equality policies cannot be analyzed in an isolated manner, but must be understood in terms of its functional role within the whole economic system, because the shape of this financing scheme may be fundamental in order to favor or hinder certain development strategies, in order to promote the creation of certain types of employment, in order to consolidate or transform specific inequality structures. Another basic principle, another founding principle for financing structures should be the paradigm of human rights. And here we can acknowledge the principle of using as many resources as possible, the non-regressive nature in its enforcement of the guarantee of justice, including gender equality, and the environmental sustainability. And I believe that another main or basic principle of this necessary reform of financing mechanisms should consist in mentioning the idea of redistribution at the very center, and this enables us to move towards the progressive nature of taxation systems. Based on these principles, I believe it is important to make concrete proposals to reform financing mechanisms. There is a lot of work that has already been done in the region. LAC has submitted many proposals in terms of fiscal pacts, in terms of taxation reform, and also LAC and UN Women have put forward concrete proposals in terms of the specific financing of care systems. And in the 1.5 minutes that I have left, I would like to highlight some of the elements that come out of some of these existing proposals. First of all, financing mechanisms may include a variety that includes general revenues, insurance systems, specific funds, solidarity funds, mixed funds, but undoubtedly taxes are a key element in taxation structures and are a key element when it comes to financing. And in this sense, we should make progress in the region in terms of comprehensive taxation reforms so that simultaneously seek to increase revenues, improve the redistribution profile of taxation systems, and to eliminate or prevent any gender bias when it comes to the payment of taxes, and to prevent the dynamics of accumulation and concentration of revenues, of wealth, and of economic assets, and take away the incentive which implies implicit in we should strengthen the nature of sustainability. We need to make progress versus the anti-state narratives that appear and that are becoming consolidated. And for that to happen, we need to build power that is capable of facing up to the veto power of the more concentrated economic powers. I am not going to dwell on the elements of the reform, but rather to simply mention them very quickly. These reforms, and in order to improve the taxation scheme capable of financing equality policies and capable of financing care policies, must include an expansion and an improvement in personal income tax, an expansion and improvement of corporate tax, and to strengthen and to expand and to increase wealth tax in countries of the region, to improve indirect taxation, trying to provide it with a bigger progressive nature and to reduce its regressive bias, to strengthen taxes on sectors that are very dynamic and therefore do not require so much state support, and that in addition generate concentrated structures such as technological companies, the banking and financial system, mining companies, the major pharmaceutical companies. We believe it is necessary, that is necessary indeed, in order to balance this with the sustainability of life, and we need to improve taxation administration. And finally, it is in order to make progress in this reform and consolidation of financing mechanisms for public policies, quality policies, and care policies. We need to advance in regional taxation and international taxation systems. And in a sense, I would like to refer to the potential implicit in the platform for fiscal and regional cooperation that was recently created in the city of Cartagena, Colombia, and that countries of the region have adhered to. I hope that this will be a powerful entity for countries in the region so that we can move towards the necessary reforms in order to have financing schemes that contribute towards the economic justice, gender justice, and economic justice in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Corina Rodriguez, researcher of the National Council of Scientific and Technical Research, CONICET, for your presentation. And now we will open up the floor for interventions with the support of the Secretariat. We will create a list, and we would like to ask you to raise your country signs, or if you're online, please raise your hand or mention that you want to speak via the chat box.
Con el permiso de la presidenta,
If the chair allows me, we have a request from the delegate from Peru, who is connected online. And if there are no requests to speak on the part of countries, perhaps we could move on to interventions such as the one requested by our colleague from the IMO. We can do this in any case until 1:30. The idea is to have the lunch break at 1:30. So I would like to again request that delegations confirm whether they wish to speak, in addition to that of the delegation from Peru, who is online. Let's see, we could Guyana, Minister Talentino.
adelante.
Please go ahead, Peru. Good morning, everyone. A warm greeting to the chair and also to Ana Westmes, because in Peru, we have very fond memories of her. Inequality is undoubtedly the biggest affront to human beings in the world, and gender equality prevents the development and the potential of millions of women with all their diversities in both Latin America and the Caribbean, as occurs in many countries of the world. This inequality leads to structural discrimination that women in their diversity is reflected both in their private and public lives and in all the environments where they live. In poverty and the cutback in the rights and autonomy of women have a strong impact that drastically reduces their opportunities to fully live and deploy their full potential. Likewise, in consequence, there can be no development if there's no equality. And of course, gender equality, as mentioned in the fifth SDG. And therefore, we cannot say that we're making progress if someone is left behind or besides these projects. And thus, the Peruvian state considers as a priority for our nation the eradication of the structural discrimination of women. And we coincide with highlighting the very important in the importance of advancing towards gender equality. Our government is intervening both in the causes and in the negative impact of structural discrimination. Along those lines, we have launched and promoted throughout this year the campaign También es mi problema, in order to involve society as a whole in the eradication of violence against women and to reduce the high social tolerance that still prevails in Peru vis-a-vis this big problem that has an impact upon the lives and health of millions of women with all their diversity, and that they have to coexist with on a daily basis. And we have to advance towards equality as a means to confront violence. We also coincide with the representatives of other countries when it is said that this requires a modification of patriarchal relations that exist between men and women in order to make progress. Regrettably, the fact that women have been left behind and inequality are profoundly rooted in our societies, and this has a very long history. This task demands transformation, a comprehensive transformation with the joint commitment of our countries and of social organizations, businesses, and movements that have a long history in this struggle. We mention women's movements and especially the feminist movement. The impact of discrimination and of inequality includes severe impacts upon the dignity of women because they severely cut back their rights. Among them, being able to live free of violence, participation in decision-making process, and economic and productive participation, placing them in a situation of economic dependence, and in some cases, which is an absolute dependence. In fact, statistics evidences the reality of millions of women that have zero revenues, and many have very small revenues and very limited in economic terms because the hours that they have available to devote to paid tasks is insufficient because of the care work that society has historically placed upon their shoulders. In this sense, as from Peru, we acknowledge the need to advance towards a society of care, which acknowledges as a human right, which acknowledges care as and the need for care as a human right. We're not only talking of a right associated to a social protection of the impoverished and the reduction of poverty, even if that is a priority. This is a human right because we must guarantee decent life for all persons throughout their lives and whatever their economic, social condition or their culture. This is a human right because it is interdependent, indivisible, but in addition with all other human rights such as health, education, or equality. The recognition of the rights that impact women as human rights is indeed a recent achievement. Some 30 years ago, in Vienna, the rights of women were comprehensive, inalienable rights of women, and it was a human right. And now we have to advance towards a recognition of care also as a human right. On the other hand, I would very quickly like to mention that the key role of economic autonomy is our agenda. And thus, a few days ago, we approved a restructuring of the Ministry of Women and Vulnerable Populations of Peru, and we have used as a reference the three autonomies. Thus, in our organic structure, we have the General Authority for Gender Equality and Non-Discrimination that promotes not only our national gender equality policy by 2030, but the participation of women. For example, those that are elected via our strategy Gobernando Juntas. We have an authority against gender violence, and recently we created the authority for the promotion and development of the economic autonomy of women. That will enable us to incorporate, develop, and monitor the incorporation of the gender perspective in all economic processes, productive processes, and in general, in all processes related to the development of Peruvian women. As mentioned by Anna Westmus yesterday, it is no longer, we cannot be shy or gradual. We need to have bold policies. She spoke of transformations in the political sphere, in the economic sphere, in the social sphere, in the cultural and environmental spheres in order to promote a society of care, something that we share and that we adhere to. We fully agree with the priorities and the global agenda and regional agenda, and let's move towards greater equality for everyone, and especially towards gender equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, to Peru, and now we continue with Suriname.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to address this session. I believe we all agree that achieving gender equality is a prerequisite for combating poverty, and that gender equality and poverty are inextricably linked. If poverty is combated, we notice progress in achieving gender equality. If we progress in closing gender gaps, then we also see a reduction in poverty. It is therefore important that the factors that hinder the achievement of gender equality and perpetuate poverty are eliminated. Worldwide, we observe that it is usually women who live in poverty. This is due to the inequalities at both the household and societal levels that women experience. Just think of the unequal distribution of care tasks within families, little or no access to various resources such as education, paid labor, land, capital, and so on. In past 3 years, the world had also to deal with exceptional circumstances that haven't improved the situation in which women found themselves. The COVID-19 pandemic, economic crisis, and the consequences of climate change that are experienced every day have made the poverty circle larger and more difficult to live, making lives of women more challenging. The world hasn't stood still and is trying to change this within the possibilities available. In this light, I would like to share with you some of the measures that the Surinamese government has recently taken, whether or not in collaboration with UN agencies or other donor agencies, civil society, and the private sector. The focus is inter alia on empowering girls and women by giving them the opportunities to enhance their ITC and entrepreneur skills, improving their access to networks and capital. An ICT training was provided by the Bureau of Gender Affairs in collaboration with the Telecommunication Authority of Suriname for 22 girls from 3 children's homes from April to June 2023 in the context of the commemoration of the International Day of Women and the International Girls in ICT Day. As a follow-up, currently another ICT project is being prepared for young girls in collaboration with UNDP Suriname. The Ministry of Economic Affairs, Entrepreneurship, and Technological Innovation has launched the Suriname's Growth Enterprise Project. This project is part of the Suriname Competitiveness and Sector Diversification Project, in which various companies from different districts will participate, including the indigenous and Maroons. The main goals of the project are to improve Suriname's competitiveness and increase earning capacity by diversifying the economy. This project will not only give a boost to the general business community, but also to female entrepreneurship in particular. The launch of this project took place in July 2023. Also, from April to May this year, the Ministry of Labor has conducted an ICT project for teenage mothers to empower them in ICT. The young mothers were trained in various software programs. To promote gender equality and improve the position of women, the national legal or normative framework has been strengthened and steps have been taken to implement the laws. In this context, I would like to mention the following. In March 2023, the Ministry of Labor has installed the first National Inclusive Labor Market Commission. The installation of this commission is based on the Equal Treatment in Employment Act that has been adopted in October last year. One of the main tasks of this commission is to advise the Minister of Labor regarding the promotion of equal treatment of job seekers and employees. In February 2023, the Parental Leave Facilities Fund has been operationalized by the Ministry of Labor as an extension of the Family Work Protection Act. The fund is for ensuring continued payment of wages for employees during maternity and paternity leave in the private sector. The adoption of the Violence and Sexual Harassment Labor Act in October 22, which entered into force in November 2022. The Domestic Violence Act of 2009 has been evaluated by the Women's Rights Center. This evaluation was carried out thanks to a financial contribution from the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives and the support of the Ministry of Justice and Police and other stakeholders. A committee established by the Women's Rights Center is currently studying how to translate the findings of this evaluation into modifying the current law. To ease the lives of citizens, which have become very challenging, especially due to the economic crisis, the Surinamese government has also taken some direct measures, increasing the general old age pension and financial assistance for weak households and other vulnerable groups several times, provision of funds to increase the purchasing power of various groups such as people over 60, pensioners, civil servants, people with disabilities, and weak households. In addition, the Ministry of Economic Affairs held a small trade fair in August 2022, where women and girls had the opportunity to purchase sanitary pads at an affordable price. Madam Chair, the aforementioned activities are far from sufficient to achieve gender equality and the reduction of poverty, but can be considered as steps in the right direction. The Surinamese government will do everything within its means to fulfill its commitment to gender equality at both international and national levels. I thank you.
Agradecemos la
Thank
intervención
you so much for the intervention of Suriname. Now, thank you so much to the delegate for the intervention. And now we are finishing this point of the agenda. We are going to have a lunch break now. And we are going to reconvene at 14:30 hours Chilean time. Thank you.
Les pedimos a las delegaciones, por favor, tomar asiento, así podemos avanzar en el tramo final de la reunión. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, seguimos con el otro punto del
We proceed with the next point, the agenda. Now I invite presentation of the declaration of the Committee on Non-Governmental Organizations on the Conditions of Women from Latin America and the Caribbean, Congo, CSW LAC. Madam Chair, authorities of the presiding officer, we would like to start by thanking the Regional Director of UN Women, Madam Maria Noel Baeza, for the support in the realization of this forum together with Anna Westphal from Isla, Cecilia Aleman from UN Women, accompanied us, and they say the opening remark. We have representatives of diversity of groups, regional and regional, of women's and feminist region. The main topic considered in the CSW 68 was to speed up the gender equality, empowerment of women and children, focusing on poverty and strengthening institutions and funding mainstreaming gender. A preliminary text, which had to do with the discussion about this prepared by 90 participants, will be the basis to elaborate the definite documents presented next March. Countries in our region are facing a truncated crisis. The political, economic, food, and humanitarian worsened by the pandemic, COVID-19, which many of them have not been yet recovered. The country uh, had a delay in terms of the SDGs, and women and girls continue living in the island equal the region in the world, and the monopolic appropriation and by men and degradation of natural resources must keep privilege and corruption, which is not compatible with sustainability of our people. Facing the situation, we think essential to make progress towards an inclusive and transformative development model, ensuring gender equality and fiscal, social, economic, environmental, and gender equality towards ensuring the funding policies geared towards gender equality and sustainable development in line with the 2030 agenda. We urge the governments to change the financial architecture with the equitable distribution of resources towards an inclusive framework to reach democratic and responsible governance with the participation of feminist and women's organizations, including the countries of the South.
Un mecanismo global to establish a global mechanism of renegotiation of indebtedness to lower these debts. It's for rights of women, indigenous women, women, children, and their diversity and sustainable development. To eliminate negative effects of the indebtedness burden on women and children in all of their diversity communities, indigenous people, African descendants, and other marginalized groups in countries under development, and to acknowledge that the indebtedness is part of the colonial framework that is still developed in the countries that are under poverty by feeding violence, element the these activities to reduce the financial crisis to the global mechanism, international capital in the world, and to invest the additional resources for gender equality and climate justice with an intersektorial approach and an international court that will control it. Institutionalize gender perspective in financial institutions at international level as a mechanism to get investment of policies of equality and prevention, all of the people of violence to defenders of individual or collective people, especially sexual violence, medical digital prostitution, feminicides, trans feminicides, extractivists, among others, to implement social protection policies that are inclusive for all women and all of their diversity, indigenous and African descendants, migrant, transgender, domestic workers, and sexual workers, covering additional costs that are related to disabilities, offering incentives for labor and as in the case of women with disability and women in the prostitution situation, social practices, and comprehensive activities to implement the policies of the struggle against poverty by establishing social protection that are inclusive to guarantee access to education, health, and social security, to the reduction of the labor gaps of women in all their diversity by promoting strategies of inclusion and decent work. As an example, for women that are disabled, for sexual workers, from a intergenerational perspective, intersectional, and with cultural pertinence. We want policies of labor that include affirmative action policies to reduce labor segmentation that is vertical or horizontal, and to eradicate the differential impact of labor, unemployment, and to require specific measures that will acknowledge migration and work of migrant workers is a driver for social and economic development to stop detentions, that are stop separating families and deportations as well, or to acknowledge social, like economic, political, and cultural rights for all without any type of discrimination and independently of the migration situation, ratifying and consolidate sexual and reproductive rights, such as access to services and health, including access to contraceptive methods, safe abortion, and sexual education, so as to eliminate the expansion process of conservative visions, political visions, religious perspectives from the government and society to invest in policies and programs that have gender perspective, that ensure participation of women, youth, and children in all their diverse decision-making process of our policies, implementation, monitoring of poverty reduction programs, considering the multidimensionality and eradication of inequalities to include cost of policy and programs of care by eliminating bias linked to patriarchy, and to promote systems, policies, and services that are destined to care, including services of support to care for women, especially those that are disabled, and to have legal services adapt to the diversity context that include the development of infrastructure for access to drinking water, the sources of energy and food, and to reduce unpaid work for women and children, and campaigns to promote co-responsibility of care between men and women in the area of the family, as well as roles that the state and the private sector are playing to ratify the agreement 169 of the ILO on indigenous people and tribal people, that will adopt an cultural dialogue measures for the implementation of the prior consultation or early consultation with the participation of women in politics and public systems, all related to care of the environment, of the surrounding people and communities, and the care of the poor. And to end, we are also reviewing the work of Secretary General of the LAC. It is time of important and audacious transformations. It is not the time for timid changes. The challenge is now. Let us act in an urgent fashion to elevate the level of ambition and the scale in different efforts. This is why we're asking the agreement that you will adopt will include all of this. We expect the region to continue being a pioneer at world level. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos
Want to thank the delegate, Cecile Andrew, CSW LAC, for their presentation. And now we will go to the special session, a regional consultation prior to the session of the Commission on the Status of Women. We'll now have a debate with a discussion of statements by delegations.
Presidenta, tenemos la solicitud en línea de
Chair Lady, we have the request from Ecuador delegate. She's remotely connected, but we need
cambio de la señora María
to
José Enríquez,
accept the change from
que acepte el
the
paso de atendida panelista para que pueda
this
hacer su
this
intervención.
so she can
No
participate.
sé si hay otras intervenciones
Are there
aquí en sala.
other statements in the room?
Tenemos una mano levantada. Vamos a dar primera intervención a los países.
We will now open the floor for different country delegations.
Mientras, si le parece bien, Presidenta, mientras
If it is
pasamos
okay with you,
a la
Chair,
delegación
can
de
lower to Ecuador's participation,
abrimos el piso si hubiera
or we can open the
solicitudes de
floor if for
intervenciones
any requests to participate
el sistema de Naciones Unidas
within the United Nations system or agencies.
Vamos a pasar a las, podemos pasar a las intervenciones. Hay una solicitud de una intervención.
We have a request
Mientras esperamos que
to participate while we wait for Ecuador's connection. We have a request Cassandra Manjarres from the Civil Society. So please use 2 minutes.
Perdón, le pido a Ecuador que me avisen que ya está en línea.
Please, Ecuador is already online, and if you can participate, please. Thank you.
¿Me escuchan ahí?
Can you hear me?
Estamos pasando a la intervención de la
We will
delegación
now
de Ecuador.
hear Ecuador's delegation. They had a raised hand. Ecuador, can you hear us?
Bueno, le damos paso a la delegada de sociedad civil.
We will offer the floor to the civil society then. 2 minutes.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, la escuchamos. Adelante.
Yes, we can hear you.
Mujer, ser periodista, ser defensora de derechos humanos, pero
To be a journalist and defender of human rights, but also being a trans woman, represents condemnation and a pact in Latin America. Mainstreaming and this benevolent gender perspective incorporates in the 2030 agenda this sexogeneric perspective that has to be more acute, xenophobe and genocide that we're going through today in the international panorama puts us far away from peace and freedom that we're always talking about. Pathologization of our entities has annulled the possibility of access to our basic elemental rights, including education. And from there on, everything else in cascade, as Ana Westman expressed, mental health as a concern from care, from the perspective of care, and transfeminization of poverty, because more than misogynistic activities and the asymmetry of power, the structural violence for us, diverse women, is elevated from intersectionality to unimaginable perspectives. We failed as a society when somebody commits suicide. Trajectory is annihilating us, such as excluding feminist is saying, as Ambassador Scraff expressed, Latin America and the Caribbean are showing numbers of hate and steps back in the change of sex, and we're forgetting identity, things such as slavery, Holocaust, and any other crime against humanity have all been considered and something that happened in us more than just race and gender. And we have to think about history. It's so much bloodshed of women that had their heads cut. Those that could not be screaming, they have been annihilated on the name of God. I will not expose something that you do not know. I just want representation of observancy in UN Women for diverse women in a simulation that will never allow a change in statistics that are deaggregated and that have been always mentioned but are inexistent. Unfortunately, sound does not allow us to interpret properly.
Afrodescendientes, de pueblos originarios, lesbianas, las mujeres en el mundo.
Original people, lesbians, and women in the world. Can you hear me now? Cassandra, we are having issues with your audio. It is chopped that interpreters cannot really work properly. We only heard part of your presentation. I was saying that President Messina expressed the marginality that is expressed or perceived in our bodies and our faces, their historical debt towards all women, to migrant women, of those that are in a street situation, of Afro descendants, original people, of lesbians, trans women, disabled, for those that live with HIV/AIDS or cancer and any condition that will occur in just one of us. The women in the world should always be fighting with that or struggling with that and go problems. Let us confront extermination altogether. Trans women are not dangerous. We are in danger. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cassandra, for your participation. And now, now we offer the floor to ILO, and it's a remote connection.
Estamos chequeando. Diana Pau.
Diana Bauer, calling from ILO. This is a sound check. Can you hear us? We're waiting for you. Hello, good afternoon. I'm sorry because I was disconnected. Can you hear me now? Special greetings to the presiding officer of the regional conference. It is a pleasure to participate in these important presentations, so relevant for the future of equality for women in the world. And I mentioned that for ILO, there is tremendous commitment of the society and the investment in public policy supporting equality in the workforce. I want to again repeat that the of the conference that it will be 2024, we work of economic care as one of the main topics of the agenda, providing you and letting you know about the results. I also want to clarify that from the care tasks without this equitable with women, and it is that one of the pillars of the transformative program of gender is to invest in the economy of this area by creating employment and a distribution that is more balanced in the paid household care and between families and trade. And as it has always been repeated throughout this conference, it is a fundamental aspect that systems should become a pillar of social protection. I also would like to let you know that in the chat, we have included the link that from Rio we have is a portal of policies, one of the platforms of knowledge to disseminate information and to leave transformative programs for gender equality and non-discrimination. This portal includes more than 60 indicators from legal perspective of protection of maternity and child leave, other types of leave or care in policies of non-discrimination to women, such as child and long-time care in more than 180 countries. The portal is using international relations for sustainability of investment in care policies, a tool that is very useful and that in the case of Colombia is used with justification of proposals of labor form of 12 weeks of paternal leave to establish a balance of rights between men and to reduce discrimination that exists in the labor world. The gender agenda of LO is based on the 5 R's for decent work, and its approach of public policies based in human rights. In the 5 R's, we create a virtuous circle that equality related to care to tackle barriers but not allow them to be incorporated, maintained, and advanced in paid work, improves the conditions of all the care workers and extends the quality of work that the society receives. Therefore, we want to thank the possibility of participating in this area. And I want to greet all of those that are connected and those of you that are in the room. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por la intervención a la compañera de OIT. Y pasamos ahora a Paloma.
Now we will offer the floor to Paloma Olivares from civil society. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone. As from civil society in Chile, we are very happy with these possibilities to discuss how to reduce gender gaps and that which women have systematically suffered from for the whole of the history of our societies. As an organization, as a women's organization that are caregivers, we want to raise our voices and say that just as it has been civil society that has struggled and raised the demands that become public policies, this time caregivers that work in long day installations do not simply want to be observers of a process that we promoted. As from the streets and with all the difficulties involved in being women, women, poor, and caregivers. We also care for girls and women with disabilities. And it's not by chance that in different international fora we talk about care and with a gender perspective, because it is us women who are the caregivers. And therefore, I would like to say that we no longer wish to be mere observers of a process that we promoted. We want to form part of all the technical working groups that exist in different countries because it is us, the ones that experience this in the different territories, who know what the correct public policies must look like, and that have to be developed around the needs that women have for the care systems that are sustainable and that guarantee the right to full participation everywhere, especially the political participation. And so my invitation to all the different countries is that you continue to work for the right to care, that it becomes enshrined as a right, but organizations that have historically struggled for this no longer wish to be mere observers. We want to form part of those technical working groups, contributing with the knowledge that we have obtained through years of work in our territories and through our experience. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la intervención de
We thank Paloma Olivares from the Association Yo Cuido Chile. And now, if there are no more, if no one else has asked for the floor, we'll move on to other matters. Before we open up a short space to look at other matters that delegations feel are worth mentioning, as a chair, I would like to say a couple of things. I would like to say that the Minister, as Minister of Women and Gender in Argentina, I have responded to a proposal from our Foreign Office that seeks to overcome institutional inconsistencies, regulations and policies that still appear in the documents of the regional gender agenda as reserved. Rights that are now not only fully recognized, but fully guaranteed by my country. Rights that have not been simply free of charge, so to speak, but have been achieved through the actions of women's movements, women's organizations, trans and LGBTQ+. We're all free to love without fears, obligations, or inhibitions. Today, through us, we have the voluntary interruption of pregnancy, comprehensive sexual education, and the program Sexual and Reproductive Health. That is a demand of the feminist, trans-feminist, and LGBTIQ+ organizations, and contraceptives so as not to abort, and legal abortion so as not to die. And therefore,
por eso sacar estas reservas.
And therefore, this implies overcoming discrimination and humiliating stereotypes. Thus, I would like to ask that we do away with aspects that are inconsistent and that contradict our policies. This involves also a recognition to the social movements in Argentina and in the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to ask Maria Cristina Perceval to outline these aspects that we want to eliminate. Thank you, Minister.
Una vez más, nuestros gobiernos
Once again, our governments when they involve women with all our feminist diversities are able to remove clauses that restrict, deny, or do not recognize our rights. The representation, as mentioned by our dear minister, the special representation for foreign feminist policy submitted to the consideration of the foreign minister as the person responsible for the foreign policy of our country, and to the minister of the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversities, the proposal of harmonizing Argentina's position related to the rights of all, the rights of girls and women, whether they were adopted or not, in the regional conference of women of the Latin America and the Caribbean in alliance with UN Women. First, as a result of the 15th regional conference, the governments adopted the Buenos Aires commitment that establishes a new style of development and promotes the sustainability of life and of the planet, and promotes the transition towards a society of care. But as happens in all documents that emerge from these conferences. These are elements that form part of the Buenos Aires commitment, and that is the case of all previous agreements, because the regional gender agenda is cumulative, comprehensive, and progressive. And that is why, very briefly, via the Secretariat of the Commission and the Special Gender Division of ECLAC, the decision of the Argentinian government to eliminate the elements established in the sixth regional conference on the integration of women in the economic and social development of Latin America and the Caribbean. That was held in Mar del Plata in 1994, and that is a paradox. Now, because these elements are not compatible, nor do they express the legislation in force, are not consistent with public policies, nor are they coherent with our foreign feminist policy. And therefore, we inform the elimination of every single element established by Argentina in 1994 in the program of regional action in Mar del Plata, and the resolution on the regional plan of action for women of Latin America and the Caribbean 1995-2001. All these elements will be eliminated, and they refer to sexual and reproductive rights, different types of families, and the right of LGBTIQ+. And we have taken this decision with a lot of enthusiasm, and we believe that it is a clear message in the sense that the position that we uphold and defend with regard to the human rights of all teenage and girls and women, and this decision is an effective recognition of their rights, the full respect of those rights, and the solid guarantee that they will be enforced, and the effective protection of equality. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Marita.
Thank you, Marita. Now we offer the floor to Luz Jaro. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a privilege for the first time to be here in ECLAC, and I express my gratitude to the invitation by the FAO and UN Women, so that I can be here as an Ecuadorian peasant woman, a leader of different social organizations, and the executive secretary of the Latin American and Caribbean Network of Rural Women that was created in San Bernardo, Argentina in 1990, and that has promoted the request before the UN and previously before the OAS, so that we can declare a decade of rural women, a proposal that we have been putting forward since 2012, since March 2012, in a meeting involving 270 women that adopted this as their own proposal. I have heard carefully to all the authorities that have intervened. Some mention rural women. And when we speak of rural women, we define that in rural women, we are the peasants that are born, live, produce, and reproduce on our land. During the pandemic, rural women have fed the world. And the world has to recognize that silent contribution made by us women, working without salaries and without working hours, without any type of reward, without social security, without any guarantees, risking many things to feed the world. And therefore, that is why we believe that in this great conference, you must support the fact that as a result of various strategic alliances of political power and of international cooperation, I don't want to mention any so as not to forget any. But I would like to say thank you to everyone that accepted to act as ambassadors in the decade for the decade of rural women that we launched on the 15th of October 2021 in the webinar Rural Women Harvesting and Planting Equality. We have also asked Panama via MIDA and MIDES to formalize the petition of the Declaration of the Decade of Rural Women before the Organization of American States, the OAS. We thank the human, technical, and political sensitivity of those that did all the previous work so that the OAS on the 23rd of June, last 23rd of June at around 6 p.m. in Panama and Ecuador declared the decade of all girls, teenagers, and rural women of the Americas, 2024-2034. We thank those that supported this, such as Maria Noel, the FAO, Eurosocial, and many others. I wouldn't like to forget any because everyone has contributed, and all the ministers. And what we want is let's see. I have read the declaration, and you talk of the diversity of women, but you don't refer to the women that produce in rural areas. You don't speak about rural women clearly, and we are not. You bring to the fore several other sectors, but you don't speak clearly about the contribution and the valuation of the producers that supply the world with healthy food. We are the one. We not only feed families, but also whole peoples. And we would like you to take this into consideration in the declaration, that we create a means so that via the various public policies, programs, and projects, rural women are empowered. The girls, teenagers, and women of Latin America via schools for the training of rural women, so that we can become important protagonists, so that we can reach these decision-making progress, so that we can mention and uphold our priorities and needs. And that is what the Declaration of the Decade of Rural Women mentions. We want you to be the articulators, the coordinators, and so that we may strengthen the network of rural women in each country of the Americas, so that all of them, strengthened through knowledge and through unity, may truly become important agents and continue to produce not only for ourselves, but the world as a whole. We want you to see rural women as your strategic allies. We are not a burden for anyone. We are the pillar for the development of people. So we are citizens of the world, even if we don't even know that we have rights, because many of my sisters, even in 2023, continue to be illiterate, like my mother. This morning you spoke of forced marriages. I could have been a victim of that, and I rebelled against that when I was 13 years old. That is why I am here. I didn't accept that. I didn't accept that I should have a 50-year-old husband when I was a child. I walked around barefoot. I know what extreme poverty is, but I am here. And after 20 years, I went to school to adult education to complete my primary school. And I have continued to study because I was told, I thought if I study, I'll be a better mother, a better wife, a better citizen. But also because God and citizens have given me this mission to take the voice and the message of us, rural women, beyond the color of my skin, politics, or our religious thinking. We have indigenous women, Afro-descendants, and white women also producing in our rural areas. Distinguished authorities, please incorporate us into that budget that you have set, and beware of budgets, because if you only devote budgets through states, with all due respect for governments, very little is received at the grassroots level, or they receive very little because it is not managed adequately. Very few actually make it possible for things to reach where it is truly needed. It is lost in space somewhere. So if you work with governments, you must also work with civil society organizations, and especially with grassroots organizations. As a network of rural women in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have the duty to continue to make sure that our rural women, from wherever they come from, may have a decent life. We thank you if you include this in this declaration, and that will be taken into consideration for the 68th conference in New York, as we did so on previous occasions. And in the next conference in Mexico, we also want to be present. I want my colleagues, my leaders, to be present there, talking, listening, and learning. And I have indeed learned a lot from you. I take away many happy moments with me, but also a lot of sadness, because we're not fully valued yet. We are not yet valued. Don't underestimate us. We are contributing to the world, and we're not looking for favors. We simply want what you said to become a reality: equality in rights and opportunities. Thank you very much for what you may be able to do. And we thank Dr. Juana from Panama, our dear Maria Noel, De Ferro, ECLAC, and include us in your figures. Study our communities. Let us know exactly what is happening. How many girls and women are illiterate? How many have lost the opportunity of continue with their study? How many have completed their primary or secondary education? And how many are in university? Because that is not easy. It was very difficult for me, and I thank God for the fact that I was able to push ahead. And despite the fact that I will enroll in schools, and even if I walk barefoot, I will still buy the materials I need to study. I am taking nothing from my children or from my husband. It is my right to improve, and let us work towards incorporating all 34 American states, dear Claudia and dear Chair, so that the UN acknowledges the decade of the whole world, girls, teenagers, and women in the whole world, because we have women producing in the whole world, with or without different techniques, but with ancestral knowledge, guaranteeing the life, health, and tradition. So thank you for what you will do. Thank you for what you have done, but there is still a long way to go. Thank you for enabling me to reach my communities, where my colleagues only say, they only remember us when there is a political campaign. They come and embrace us, but after the campaigns are over, they don't even answer our calls. But we have to break down those barriers, because it seems that there is an interest of people to continue to be forgotten, so that we can continue to give power to those that do not live up to their commitments. Thank you.
Agradezco especialmente
I especially thank the intervention of our sister, and we value the contribution of rural women. Now, we will give the floor to Andrea Simon from Barbados. She's online.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of LAC and UN Women, Your Excellencies. At this point, I would just like to mention in support of the declaration that Barbados does support this declaration in principle and the important issues that it raises as it relates to the issues that women face, and we would like to just enter a reservation concerning the language being used concerning women in all diversity. I just want to make it clear that we do support this declaration and the fact that it addresses the issues faced by women as it relates to poverty and the fact that even the issues raised by the climate crisis. So this is a very important declaration. We would wish to just emphasize that. However, the use of the language, women in all their diversity, is not reflected in our national laws and policies. And it's not the subject of national consensus. And so we're not in a position to support that specific language. However, the government is committed to protecting the LGBTQI community. Our Constitution guarantees the fundamental rights and freedoms of both men and women and all individuals. And so in that regard, we respect everyone and we offer protection, especially to the LGBTQI community. However, we're not in a position to agree to the language in all their diversity as it's not reflected in our laws and our policies at this moment. And however, we wish to thank the UN Women and LAC for preparing this very important declaration. Thank you.
We thank the intervention of Andrea Simon from Barbados, and now we will continue with Anna Westmes. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. In the point of other issues, other matters, I would like to briefly talk to you about the community of Society for Care. I would like to say that September the 7th and the 24th International Meeting of Gender Statistics, which was held in Aguascalientes, Mexico, we launched a community of practices for the measurement of the Society of Care. These communities and an initiative between INEGI, UN Women, INI Mujeres, Mexico, LAC, together with the Global Alliance for Care and INE from Chile as coordinator of the transmission of statistical knowledge of the Americas, as we said yesterday. And in this community, we are trying to involve, and we presented this to the CIA, the Conference of Statistics of the Americas, that NSO should participate, as well as agencies and competent agencies, governmental agencies. In terms of gender equality, we're going to put emphasis in the topic that we were discussing this morning, which is a challenge in terms of disaggregation and strengthening of the statistical production with a gender approach for policies of care in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the transition towards a society of care in line with Buenos Aires commitment. We are in this turning point. We need statistics to make decisions. We're going to have a web platform where the members can have access through a username and password in a closed environment of participation. This includes the possibility to participate in dialogues, forums, documents, bulletins, etc. We are going to send to your offices an invitation via email with information promoting that the mechanisms could designate a focal point for this community of practice, but also this is going to be open for the people working in the statistical area. And we are asking through the CEA focal points of the national agencies of statistics, starting by this presiding officer, and that this should be transformed into a community of practice that will be working over the next years, as it was mentioned by the colleague from the Division of Statistics. And we hope that we're going to have results and measurements that we're going to leverage the work to be prepared for the next regional conference on women in Mexico in the year 2025. Thank you, Ana. Now we continue with Organization Tremendas. They are here in presence. I would like first to mention what we wanted to speak from Tremendas, but in representation of the civil society as young people and girls. Good afternoon, everyone. Regional authorities, representatives of organizations and civil society. I'm Maite. I'm climate activist. I'm 16 years old. I'm representing the girls and adolescents. I thank the work that you are doing and this opportunity to speak before you, but I have a bitter feeling. As girls and adolescents, we are mentioned just in the speech, but we are not part of the conversations. That's why I dare myself to say that I'm the little one in this moment that is evidence of the things that center in the adults. We have the capacity to think for ourselves. We are in a planet which is facing a climatic crisis, which is multidimensional. Women and girls are the most affected one. It's enough to say that women and girls are the 80% of climate refugees, or the women are 14 times more vulnerable to die in a climate disaster. These discussions are done in an environment as is the time is abundant, but we don't have time. The time has been exhausted. And this speech, I do it as a call for your attention. I should be at the school this moment, but I wanted to come here because it's not fair that there are so many girls in rural schools that have to be absent from the school because they have to go and carry water for their families. It's not fair. The girls are suffering the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East. It's not fair that we are not considered citizens in the current constitution. It's not fair that we have to be activists, and not because of our pleasure, but because of the need. I got anxiety, and it's fine society in faces of climate crisis and adolescent crisis. That's why a moment ago I have to leave the room. It's difficult to listen things that takes us nowhere. Girls and adolescents are moving towards a sustainable world. I hope I'm not going to be misinterpreted because I admire what you are presenting. I request concrete actions. Apologies because I'm rather nervous. To give records and exact figures and the conditions the girls are living in, to bring them here in this opportunity with authorities for my future, the future of my colleague and the girls of the world is the right time. My name is Javiera Rodriguez Gonzalez. I endorse the thanks of Maiten for this opportunity to recognize the reality the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are going through, but to get a good transformation and real change, it is essential consider structural violence from the children and the childhood. And we have had the opportunity and the privilege to speak here, but we request a specific proposal. But we are here to be asked and participate in decision-making space in for discussions and reach an agreement. That's why we are 70% of the total mass of activists. we are suffering a double discrimination, which not only attempts against our development as girls and adolescents, but hampers sustainable development in the world. We are not the future, we are the present. We feel hurt that we are not an urgency, but we are open to contribute from any perspective like this one, with specific concrete plans and proposals. What we hope from the world and what we demand is the following. One, educational program promoting education, giving the same tools to girls and boys. The girls from the 5th grade in Chile, they feel that they're not capable like boys. The comprehensive situation, gender perspective, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, we should all have access to recognize the role of girls and adolescents in the climate change and actions against that with a preventive and predictive approach from the childhood perspective. Do not underestimate us. Thank you. Thank you, Javiera, Maite. Now we continue with Ecuador. Mayra Vasquez from the Ministry of Women and Human Rights. She's online. Good afternoon, cordial greetings to everyone from the Ministry of Women from the Republic of Ecuador. We would like to start by saying that Ecuador has a firm commitment with women. For this reason, we have signed international agreements for the prosecution of achieving gender equality and bridging the gaps along the same. We are making great efforts. We are working on that for the transformation of unequal relations, which bring about great problems, which have to be the burden for women, and especially the poorest one. We have rural women in these groups, as well as indigenous women in this context. The recommendations that we can make from this ministry are the following: to foster the care systems, the ones that should be a priority for the states of the region. In that sense, we consider important and strategic to set up an agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, to create exchange of experiences in a region which can serve as reference for the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Second, to add efforts to have impact in putting surveys in such a way that the state can have statistical information which is updated to make proper decisions. It's important to work also in the economic recovery through creation of affirmative actions, promoting substantial progress, such as promote economic recovery post-pandemic, and circular economy with affirmative actions promoting comprehensive care, decent work, and full participation of women in strategic areas of the economy, ensure allocation of resources devoted to design and implementation of policies of equal genders. It's important also to have an opinion from this board about peace. By thinking especially in girls, boys, women, adolescents, adults, women adults, and diversity about the war, because I should remind you that the ones who are most affected in war are the women's, which are mostly vulnerable. We need to focus, look at them and strengthen the mechanism for dialogue in the conflict between Israel and Palestine, and also our solidarity with these people. Thank you so much. We thank Mayra Vasquez from the Ministry of Women and Human Rights of Ecuador. Now we have now Minister Mayra Jimenez from Dominican Republic. She has requested the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, yesterday, a reference was made in this room to the situation between my country, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate that the policy in Dominican Republic towards Haiti is based on mutual respect and the sincere desire that our country can reach a sustainable development of our peoples. To say that the current problems in our nations over the construction, illegal construction of a canal in the Guascabul River, known as the Massacre River, from Asian private individuals has come, that was produced in the 2022. And so the Dominican Republic has denounced repeatedly that there's no compliance with what the state Article 10 of the State of Peace and Perpetual Friendship and Arbitration of the year 2019 between Dominican Republic and Haiti, and we have reiterated that we never have received a study about the impact, environmental impact of this work.
Well, we also would like to mention two meetings at bilateral with the Dominican Republic and Haiti between the year 2021 and this year, unfortunately, have all failed. And last point, I would like to mention that the Massacre River is a vital source of water of the wetland of what we know in Dominican Republic as the Saladillo Lake in Monte Cristi, the of the northern area of the Dominican Republic. We would like to insist that Dominican Republic has deployed efforts, consistent efforts in the diplomatic arena, as especially with the international community, trying to always calling on the attention of the situation that is in our neighboring country, that is in terms of violence and general deterioration that has been occurring. We are also expressing this assembly about the traumatic situation that has already been expressed that women are going through, same as teens and girls. We understand that the international community can really play an important role, and the Dominican Republic has always been open to dialogue, to honest dialogue, the constructive dialogue. Thank you very much, Chair Lady.
Agradecemos.
We want to thank Dominican Republic Minister Mayra Jimenez, and now we offer the floor to the next participation. Good afternoon. I want to thank the Black and women for the possibility of being here. It is very hard and highly emotional to be here after such important testimonials of those for whom we work. Mrs. Luz from the Rural Women, and Maite as a schoolgirl. I belong to the academia. And when we think about transforming, when we think about the institutionality of governance, of the framework that allows us to move forward in the items of right, we always think backwards. And one of the conditions here is creativity of doing things differently, to plan different, and to create futures. Oh, it is important to generate virtuous circles and knots, because these transformations require synergies. And I am specifically talking about how the different agencies, universities can really establish paths that are different types of paths where we can really work together, universities, international cooperation, for us to work in different initiatives, join together, that we do not necessarily have to, this belongs to such agency or another. Is here our colleagues from academia that are saying, let's bring this to reality. Universities, we not only have data, we have projects, we have teachers, we have the energy of our young people into transforming the world. And it's in this sense that I would like to invite for this transformative perspective where the agencies, universities, academia can also propose different things. Long ago, I was talking in an area of governance, and in the department that I belong, proposal of areas that are especially designed for the elderly, maybe try to repair, because we always have illiterate women that were not able to end their studies. But in Chile, we have it. We have it with undergraduate methodologies that are validating different life stories. We have women's movements that are in the spectrum, that are university students, and they are demanding new ways of learning, being able to fulfill their educational cycles with respect and understanding what it means to work with people that are in the spectrum. Education cannot be only left for UNESCO and UNICEF. I, on a personal basis, work with UNESCO, but I have been here in this meeting, and also the one for social development as a mission of my university that is basically an educational area. I would like to call, be able to look at this synergy in a different, from a different perspective, and that the creation can be seen from the agency and the international cooperation. I should not forget the woman that recently died in Chile. I looked for her name and I can't find it. It is just, quote unquote, a mother that when a mother that from the Alto Biobío, she died trying to take her child to school and left behind children without a only to be able to cross with a horse as their bridge that would allow her to take her child to school. So how good it is to hear the testimonials
on the first person of the role of all people that have always held up and to open to where we're data, we have been able to progress, have perspective, and really want to work with virtuous networks. Thank you very much. Thank you to all delegates for your participation. And now we will hold a 5-minute break within the room, and then we return to our topic.
Le solicitamos a las delegaciones si por favor pueden
Delegations,
tomar ubicación para que continuemos con
delegations,
el
please,
tramo final
you can be
de
seated
esta
so that we
reunión
can
de la mesa directiva.
end the session.
Seguimos entonces
Let us continue
con el temario.
with our schedule.
Corresponde en este punto del
We
temario
now
que los países miembros del
have
ejecutivo
the member
consideren a
countries
través
of the
de
presiding
declaraciones para su
officers
respectivo
to
periodo de sesiones de la Comisión
adopt
de
the
los Derechos
agenda of
y los
the
acuerdos
condition of
de
the
su
women
65ª
and the
reunión.
agreement of the
Doy la
65th
palabra a la
meeting. I would like to
secretaria.
offer the floor to the secretary.
Gracias, Presidenta. Si me permite, sobre este punto del temario,
Thank you, Chair.
consideración y aprobación de
I will now
los
move on to the
acuerdos
considerations and
de
approval of the
resolución.
agreements. We would like to very briefly summarize
La Secretaría de la
that the Secretariat of the
Comisión con fecha del 19
Commission
de
sent on the
septiembre
29th of September a text
proyecto de
on a proposed declaration of ministers and high authorities of national mechanisms for the advancement of women in Latin America and the Caribbean for the 68th period of sessions of the Legal and Social Commission on Women, and also submitted a draft agreement for the 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Of course, these texts that were sent by the Secretariat were texts agreed with the governments of Argentina, which is a country that chairs a regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean. After this was sent on the 29th of September, on the 5th of October, we held a negotiation process with countries. The process was online and involved the participation of countries that had previously received this text. And that was the opportunity that countries had in order to suggest texts or amendments. We would, of course, like to mention that today you received the text that brings together everything that was sent by countries, and this text has been produced and reviewed by the publications area of ECLAC. It has been drafted in accordance with the language that was agreed and presents an addition, the draft declaration that you have, which is number 39, which represents the request made yesterday and that was read by Chile, and that has the support of Brazil and Mexico. The Secretariat has made an effort together with the Gender Affairs Division to receive all the comments received by delegations and to produce a text based on the recent Buenos Aires commitment, which was the result, which was the outcome of the regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean. So, Chair, that is the explanation of the documents of both projects that delegations have received, and that has also been distributed online today. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you very much. If there are no observations. Since there are no observations, I approve that. Thank you very much, Chair. Thus, after the approval of the agreements and of the declaration that will be available online during this afternoon, I would like to begin with the closing session of this 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I would like to invite Daniel Titelman, Director of the Economic Development Division of ECLAC, and who represents the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Daniel, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Jimena. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I am both happy and sad to have the honor of bringing to an end these 2 days of intensive work. From what I have been told, and regrettably, I haven't been able to be here all the time because I had other commitments. And on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, I would like to reiterate the happiness that we have because ECLAC has acted as a host organization that has welcomed you for these 2 days of deliberations and agreements. For ECLAC, it is especially important to participate and to support these initiatives because we believe are key elements to continue to advance in a sustainable and inclusive development in our region and in the world as a whole. I would like to begin by especially greeting Yalan Massina, Minister of Women, Gender and Diversity of Argentina, for her leadership of this meeting as a chair of the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, and Mariano Baeza, Regional Director of UN Women, and the head of the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC. Thank you very much for your commitment and the commitment of each one of your teams for enabling the success and the fact that we have been able to hold this conference. So I express our gratitude on behalf of ECLAC and on behalf of everyone here today. We conclude 2 days of deliberations where we have entered into significant agreements that will enable us to guide the preparation of the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also the regional position vis-a-vis the 68th period of sessions of the Commission of the Legal and Social Condition of Women. And these agreements that are very significant with this strategic perspective have been possible with the participation of 31 delegations of governments and 19 from Latin America, 10 from the Caribbean, and 2 from extra-regional countries such as Spain and Italy. And we have also been accompanied by representatives of 20 delegations of the UN system and of other intergovernmental organizations and more than 150 representatives of civil society, which reveals that in addition to the presence of ministers and of representatives of the UN system, international entities and cooperation agencies and civil society, this has taken place within the context of a critical mass, both academic and of practitioners in terms of government functions, in terms of being responsible for designing and implementing public policies. And thus, these agreements are very strong, both in terms of the messages that they convey and also in terms of the need that we need to find the mechanisms to implement them. Many and very good agreements were achieved for the work of the future. And I would like to highlight some. For example, looking towards the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean that will be held in Mexico in 2025, and with the 15th conference as a basis, we agreed to continue to promote the Society of Care as a proposal that suggests ambitious and urgent solutions for a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future. Yesterday morning, I heard the discussions and the issue of the economy of care, the society of care, that involves a lot more than economic aspects, was a key issue, not only to make our economies more dynamic and to bet on economic and sustainable development, but to advance towards overcoming gender equality gaps and enable the participation of women in an equal level in all our social activities. These collective agreements invite us to deal in the next conference with those issues related to the transfer to political, economic, social, cultural, and environmental transformations in order to promote the society of care and gender equality, considering the contributions presented in this meeting. Investment in the economy of care and advancing towards a society of care will have a very important impact upon the dynamics of the labor market, in the generation of employment, in advancing towards gender equality, also in terms of improving well-being within the framework of sustainable societies, and thus to advance towards a full implementation of the regional gender agenda and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. For that, we require social, political, and economic agreements with the full participation of women in order to strongly promote this towards this dream that we have, which is the society of care. That is a road towards a horizon of equality and sustainability that has shapes the region and allows it to be poised for the next conference. After many interesting presentations that we had in the panel devoted to exploring the synergies between regional women's conferences and the other subsidiary entities of ECLAC, it became evident, and it came across very strongly, as the need to generate synergies as a key element in order to mainstream gender and the autonomy of women, teenagers, and girls in the social, economic, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development. The Society of Care is a catalyzer in order to crystallize the ambitious gender agenda and the 2030 agenda, cooperation with other entities of subsidiary entities in social matters, in population issues, in Escazú issues, and what was presented yesterday, for example, the issue of water will be essential in order to effectively and intersectionally deal with the challenges faced by women, teenagers, and girls in the region. We also exchanged ideas about the progress of the second summons of the Regional Fund to support organizations and women's and feminist movements. A very novel initiative in terms of financing and with a multi-stakeholder governance, which also makes it very unique, and where other financing entities will be able to learn from in terms of governance. I would also like to especially greet and express my gratitude to representatives from governments, organizations, networks, and women's and feminist movements whose tireless work for gender equality within the present economic, social, and environmental context in the region is fundamental for the construction of more egalitarian societies and to move towards a society of care. Among other elements that I feel are important to highlight, and there were many, we discussed the idea of the bi-regional agreement for care between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union in order to promote cooperation between both regions in terms of care. This agreement it reveals the agreements entered into in the Buenos Aires Commitment and the European Strategy on Care in order to promote cooperation in terms of public policies and in comprehensive care systems with a gender perspective between countries of both regions. This initiative shows how cooperation is fundamental in order to highlight and acknowledge care as a key element of the structural, social, economic, and environmental dimension. And it is impossible, and we have to deal with this jointly at a regional, national, and local level. We also dealt with the priority issue of the next CSW. And in discussions, what came across is that in Latin America and the Caribbean, poverty, inequality, structural inequalities continue to disproportionately impact women who face persistent challenges in terms of labor participation, access to resources, the persistence of poverty, the high level of informality, and the overload of unpaid care work. Undoubtedly, dealing with these issues will imply a tremendous challenge. And that was another aspect that was mentioned here in terms of designing public policies that cater for the historical challenges and for the new challenges faced by our countries, with a view that enables us to advance towards gender equality. And that involves several tasks in different spheres, in fiscal policies and labor policies, in social policies, in investment, and a tremendous diversity of issues that have to be considered not only from the perspective of growth, but also from a gender perspective in order to advance towards the society of care that has been mentioned here. And this also leads us, and I believe that this was also very correctly put forward, the urgency of policy. So there is no time to continue to wait. We need to begin to act now. Very strongly on the design of policies and facing up to economic challenges faced by countries in the region in order to advance towards greater gender equality. As occurs with climate change, urgency towards, in terms of gender equality, is an important idea that cannot wait. And that is an important message that also came across in all these discussions. So we also adopted a joint declaration as a result of the previous regional consultation prior to the 68th meeting of the CSW. Many of you will participate in that period of sessions, and we were able to convey the vision of Latin America and the Caribbean, a vision that will also be transferred to the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and to the Secretariat. It is a milestone that the prior consultation is held systematically since 2021 within the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women, and strengthens us as a region. And that is also worthwhile highlighting. We're very happy with the fruitful dialogue that has been achieved between representatives of ECLAC member states and representatives of the UN system and of civil society and other international and in cooperation agencies in order to outline the actions and proposals that will enable us to advance with determination towards a new style with gender equality and advance with an intersectional perspective towards the society of care. We have also highlighted the key role of ministries and mechanisms for the advancement of women in order to mainstream the gender perspective that will enable us to promote affirmative actions in the areas of supervision, employment, productive policies, economic, social, and environmental. We recently held the social conference where we highlighted the importance of institutional strengthening in general in social policies, and I believe that this idea of strengthening the institutional gender framework is a contribution to that. And we already mentioned the need to have solid and strong institutions that will enable not only the mainstreaming, but also the dialogues that these types of public policies require. I would also like to highlight the contribution of the high authorities of ECLAC member states in each one of these panels and discussions. And I also thank the colleagues from the UN and other agencies, and especially Mariano Albaeza and her whole team from UN Women that have had a very active and productive and substantive participation. I would like to especially thank the Gender Affairs Division through its the Director, Ana Smith, and the whole team, and the Secretariat of the Commission for her work in holding this 65th meeting of the presiding officers. And I would also like to thank the whole ECLAC team that has been involved in these activities, especially the Division of Documents and Publications, our sticker unit, which deals with technological issues, and the conference unit, and the interpreters that have effectively supported this meeting. I would like to conclude without acknowledging the tremendous work of our colleague Alejandra Valdez, who, with more than 15 years in ECLAC, will be retiring within a short period of time. Alejandra has been a very important element in all the work that has been developed in this area in ECLAC, and her contribution has been fundamental in the creation and in the operation of the Gender Equality Observatory, and her contributions are also to measure femicide in Latin America and the Caribbean. Her important work has also been to accompany countries via various technical assistance in multiple issues over the past few years related to femicide, local power, equality programs, the creation of national observatories. And she has also shown a tremendous ability to coordinate with various entities and agencies of the UN, like UNFPA, UNICEF, and so on, and other intergovernmental agencies such as TIM and MESESI. Alejandra, we will certainly miss you enormously, but our doors will always be open for you. And finally, I would like to again express my gratitude for the opportunity that you have given us as ECLAC to welcome you and to participate on this occasion that enables us to think about an inspiring and different future based on the society of care that will help us to build a new society and a different society to the one that we have been accustomed to. It's urgent to redistribute times, resources, power, and work to move towards a new style of development based on gender equality and environmental sustainability. So as from now, you're all warmly welcomed to all the other activities that we can continue to support us from ECLAC, and I convey our greetings on behalf of the Executive Secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel Tixama, Director of the Economic Development Division. We're going to listen from Elia. Now we are reaching the closing part of this session. We have had 20 organizations, 50 representatives of the civil society. Has been really impressive that presiding officer, which is brought to the next international conference, have this wonderful quorum. The discussions have been great. I would like especially to thank the ministers, the Minister of Women, Diversity of Argentina. It's a pleasure to have been with you and Ayelen, and it has been great to now set up the presiding officer to take the wonderful results of this declaration that you have negotiated. Daniel, thank you so much for representing the executive secretary and for opening the doors of ECLAC to the gender issues and to have so many divisions at ECLAC talking and working on this topic. The truth is that Anna will be in this three because have moved the ECLAC at every division. We have heard about the different commitments of the division. Thank you, Anna. Thank you to all the team. Anna's team with Lucia Suro and new feminists that they got inside, Diana Rodriguez, and special greetings also. Wishing you the best, Alejandra. We're going to miss you because you have been essential from you and women. So all the best. A special greetings to Jimena Arias, who's always letting us to participate and giving us the and ministers, the chairs of gender entities, ministers who have critical patience, and thank you for your confidence and the way we are. So thank you so much, and a special recognition to the feminist organizations of the women's sexual diversity, rural women. And Luz, you really moved us with your intervention. The girls who have been wonderful here, and I feel very pleased when my hair is getting gray and I'm reaching to my retirement. I feel really pleased that we are going to have a new generation that will represent us all. So thank you so much. The truth is that I have to thank the UN Women team led by Cecilia Alemani. She has been with both hats. Thank you so much, Cecilia, for what you have done. And also Raquel, specialist of economic empowerment, and Barbara Ortiz. Thank you so much, Barbara, for all what you are doing. This conference, the work with civil society, and also Maricel, Fanny, Gabi, the representative, Fanny, representative of communications, and all UN Women team in Chile. We are finishing this meeting with a very significant commitment. I'm happy that Maria Carmen, who is member of the Executive Council of UN Women, and so from the regional to the global, because we're taking this to CSW, and as always, Latin America will excel with these 46 years that we have in a way of strengthening the regional gender agenda. We are the only region who has which has a vision, an agenda, a regional conference, and who has all the women's, girls, and adolescents in this region which are eager for a deep change. And Society of Care, the Buenos Aires Committee is imprinting a change to resolve the structural nodes. And this declaration will enable us to take a modern agenda to the global sphere and an inclusive agenda, and hopefully that is adopted by everyone. Latin America is a big light, and we need to keep it on to enlighten those countries which are not thinking like us. So we are going to have a historical threat to change the status quo that Maria del Carmen told us today that is going on in New York. Is difficult to reach consensus, and especially the things which are related to sexual and reproductive health, topics which are related to sexual diversity, and topics which are related to advances of women in every expression. We have a unique opportunity in 2025. Don't forget that this is 30 years of celebration of Beijing platform, and we have to celebrate them because there are many good things which have happened. We are not just implementing SDGs as we should. So we need to move the ministers of finance because we need budget. We need budget. I repeat that. Funding is essential to do what we are deciding here. We cannot go on with the feminization of poverty. We need clear guidelines which are focused on women. We are agents of change. We achieve transformations from the territory to every nation and through all the regions. That's why our voice needs to be heard and has to be heard very strongly because we are tired and we don't have much time to achieve equality. And so the truth is that the multiple ways of discrimination and inequalities which characterize our region have to be heard in the United Nations headquarters in our next CSW. And hopefully we have a CSW pure and dedicated to care. We need to achieve that 2026 are as the SCW of care, and hopefully 2026 we are a council and not just a ECOSOC commission. We need to raise our voice. We need to improve institutionalities. Look what happened during this year and a half. All the ministries of gender equality have been created in our region. We cannot take any step back. The political agenda cannot interfere to the institutional agenda and progress made in terms of women's rights. So I'm very happy that we have this declaration that should be submitted to the president, to the Minister of Finance. If we have to translate it, we have to duplicate it, we're going to do it because that voice needs to be heard. And once again, the bi-regional pact is something very important. Hopefully, we can continue working all together with Spain, Portugal, Italy, France, the European countries. We have a lot to learn from them, and they have a lot to learn from us. Let's see if before Spain leave the chairmanship, let's see with the minister if we can have a program that will enable us to continue with these public policy exchanges that we need so much. European Union and Latin America, they have demonstrated that we can have dialogue and that we can reach a strong declaration, significant declaration for our regions, employment, welfare, equality, tribal dividend. We shouldn't forget about that. And demand that financing. With this, I'm closing and wish you a nice trip back to your countries, and we continue moving ahead with this agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director of UN Women. And now I give the floor to the Minister for Women, Genders and Diversity of Argentina, Ayelen Massina, to close this conference officially. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the ones who are here with us and the ones who have been over these 2 days. And thank you for the participation of all delegations, panel members, interventions, representatives of UN organizations, and congratulations also to all of you for the important results. And in this 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America, we have agreed on a ministerial declaration to be submitted to the CSW in next March, a valuable document that has to do with the progressive agenda that will reflect our demands as a region, and it defends a present with public policies, mainstreaming gender, including projects for the future with a comprehensive care systems and women's LGBTQ being the main characters of the economic development. It is essential to create areas and ministries and put the main focus on funding. In this regard, the public instruments are essential to face this inequality through the redistribution with transparency. I just have to add that it is clear the predominant development model is questioning our environmental, social system and has an impact on women, adolescents, and children and girls. It's clear the position of our region about the need to speed up equality among genders. And as Anna Westman said, it's no time for gradual and timid changes, but audacious and transformation. No, we're fully committed as our ambassadors of the United Nations said today, the position of our region to the next SW, build a global valuable document and put forward the contribution of the institutions with budget to fight inequalities around the world. So, taking into consideration the contribution presented in this meeting, what we have agreed upon in the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America, the Caribbean, all the political, economic, social, cultural, environmental aspects to foster the society of care and gender equality. I congratulate my colleague from Mexico, Nadine Gassman, to take over this commitment. We're going to give continuity to Buenos Aires commitment. This is a roadmap which is complete, comprehensive, and powerful to speed up our development with inclusion. Creation of comprehensive care system, strengthening autonomy, empowerment of women and girls, and institutional structure to leverage with resources and hierarchy. Our feminist governance will be the main axis of the next conference. And finally, I would like to highlight synergies among the different bilateral, regional, and global cooperation instruments and agency. We have seen the key role they play within the framework of the United Nations. Also, to mention the valuable initiative of the bi-regional pact focus between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union to continue joint efforts with other regions in the world and to highlight the importance of the regional fund to support organizations and movement of women and feminists, which has been a tool to fund the work of the organizations which are fostering changes that we are aiming at and contributing in this way to strengthen our democracies. Defend our democracies is defending equality, diversity, and plurality in our territories. We will continue making progress as we have done up until now with more cooperation, more networks, conviction towards sustainable development of our country with gender perspective and diversity. And a little bit out of the protocol, I would like to ask all the sisters from any place where they are, I can take a sentence said by the civil society sister that we shouldn't be observers, but we need to be protagonists. And I think that the voices of the civil society and organizations over these 2 days and each of these meetings is really important. All your contribution, the civil societies and organizations are opening the way towards saying what are the things that we need to include in our agenda. In this time, which are very complex, I would like to ask you that we shouldn't forget as countries that we are also here because we have made great progress. And to talk also the young people, I'm speaking to you as an Argentinian, the young woman, when we are in these spaces and when we prepare for resistance and fight, when we think all the challenges that we have ahead, we also need to look at over the time and to understand that a great deal of the rights that we have conquered as country have been the result of our struggle. And today, young people, girls, adolescents, we are where we are, and we can live with a kind of freedom and more dignity and not the way we want, because these are the challenges we still have ahead. And take the words of some of the girls of civil society who said, and I jotted down the sentence, they said, we are not activists by election, but we are activists because it's our duty. We have many things to fight for, but I would like to ask you, always be clear where we are coming from and where we are going to, joining efforts to face all the challenges that we have ahead as women, as movement, as feminists, as politicians, as leaders in each of our spaces. And I think that it's important that all what happens in these meetings and with good results, that we have the capacity to transform this and to take this to our own territories, to our own localities, to our regions, and that each of the sisters and brothers who are living in our countries, they know what is going on in this type of meetings, which are also put in a way where we should go. Thank you so much to these officers, and thank you for your participation. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. In this way, we are closing the 65th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference UN Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.